Hello, everybody. This is day four, y'all. Day four. We are really trying to bring you all the information you need to get a sneak preview into the lives of some of the 12 artists that are featured on this quarantine. My name is Larry Poncho Brown. I'm the co-founder of Creative Quarantine. I'm also one of the artists participating in Creative Quarantine Springfield, consisting of 12 artists. This has been an interesting week. Of course, we are trying to, everybody's in the studio, everybody's working, everybody's getting into their process, whatever way they get through their process. I have been diligently working in the studio myself and have come up with a few creations, but I'm sure everybody else has. So what we will be doing during the week is around 6 o'clock, we're going to check in and see what the artists are doing. Maybe they'll share some techniques. Most of them are sharing knowledge and sharing process with you. We are not a TV show, so we will be already thanking you in advance for when we do have glitches and technical glitches. Sometimes we do have a few of those, but it has been a wonderful experience. If you want to see the last 4 days, you can feel free to go to my YouTube channel. Just search Larry Poncho Brown channel. It'll come up. And the last 4 shows are there from the introductory show on up to where we are today. You can also view the show from Art for the Soul Gallery on Facebook and Creative Quarantine on Facebook, both pages. So we are broadcasting all over the place. We've been having some little fun. We have learned a lot because this is the first time we've ever done anything like this before. I guess we've done one other project like here. My partner, Louise Cutler, has done some other projects that are along these lines, but we've never had to deal with 12 artists. We've never had to deal with 30 days. So we're going to continue to bring you updates as we go along. So hopefully everything is all right out there. If you guys want to participate in the conversation, feel free to hit put a comment in your comment stream. It should come up. We can even post your comments on the screen. Isn't that exciting? So that way we can do some things here that are a little bit. We were intending to do a This project was originally scheduled to be a live in-person event, but we had to go virtual. So we are trying to manage all the things we need to do to keep this a interactive program, and we want to try to make it as interactive as possible. Sometimes we will be able to respond to your questions and your concerns right online while the show is airing. If you want to see other shows, just please go back and see those shows, and I'm sure you'll learn something from every artist. So I have been busy working on a few things here and there. I want to make sure you know, look, everybody in this out of the 12 artists has their own process. So it's been real interesting to see who does what and how they get motivated. Most of us are technically challenged, which means we know the basic stuff for how to use our phone, our iPad, tablets, so laptops. But now we're broadcasting, everybody's got to learn a new skill set. So we have been struggling through that the first week. I'm sure as we get into the program, it's going to get stronger and stronger, because not only are we trying to broadcast, we're broadcasting to you so you can have a connection with the artist and see some of the process. If we had done a live quarantine, you would not have had the opportunity to do that, because we would have been closed in and we would have allowed 1 or 2 public days for people to come through. But this puts you right in the middle of it. You know, it's very much a reality show on the lives of artists and how they live. There's been some real wonderful conversations already and some situations. So I hope you guys will continue to tune in. If you have artists that are in your family or artists that are in the game, just tell them to watch, because there's some jewels here for everybody. If you are a creative person, if you write, if you do a spoken word, I still think you can gain something from the inside of the artists that are participating on this show. So without further ado, I'm going to give you a little insight into what is happening here, right? Good morning to me. Good morning to me. You know, every now and then I got to get a little jump start. And then day 4, got myself some strawberries, some berries, some almond milk. Need a little jump start. Got me a little banana. I'm getting ready to throw in here. Make myself a little morning beverage, because sometimes I need a jump start. I do smoothies a lot. Got my Ninja here. Got a Keep a George Foreman grill here. Got a hot plate here at the studio, so I don't always have to run out of here and go someplace where I shouldn't be eating. But especially for the quarantine, I wanted to try to make sure I'm watching my game a little bit while I'm here doing all this work. So, good morning to me. A little bit of almond milk just to give it some nuttiness. Ooh, Lord have mercy. I always overfill this thing, but sometimes it's got to be what it got to be. Oh yeah, I need a little pick me up, and this will do the trick. I'll eat something a little later on. Get myself a nice little straw, and I am good to go. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Got me a little glass straw to go with my Ninja. So enjoy. Last night was a late one, 2 o'clock. So that means I got up about 9. Got my little smoothie to get me started today. When I worked at 3, that means the next day I got to lay my behind down. So it looks like I'll be getting out here a little earlier today if I can. But you know, when I'm caught up in the moment, caught up in the moment. One of the things that's reared its ugly head is the live demon. The live demon. The live demon is, in order for us to bring you this show, and so you can see behind the scenes what the artists are doing, we're familiarizing ourselves with Facebook, YouTube, how to connect the shows to those things. It looks like we got a huge staff. Right now, it's just 2 of us. Thank God for Louise Cutler. So we're working and broadcasting and working and broadcasting and working and broadcasting. So yeah, yesterday we had a couple little hiccups. All of our Facebook pages crashed. The YouTube channel stayed up. Managed to figure some ways to navigate through that until we got back online. But I'm sure in the next 30 days we will be running into that kind of stuff again. But as far as the creations are coming, I'm doing good. I started some assembly line work yesterday with trying to get a body of pieces. Kind of, I noticed that Sean Beal does the same thing, but I get into this assembly line thing where I'm prepping and I prep a bunch of stuff. Sometimes I'll prep 10, 15 things. I'm gonna say things because it could be anything. It could be a clock. It could be a frame. It could be a multitude of things. But in this particular case, I'm focusing on getting some originals that are about 8.5 by 12 done. Through the course of the year, when I sell works to galleries and dealers, and even when we saw on my Facebook pages, these small originals are very appealing. So I want to focus on doing some small originals. Going to do some larger ones here, but my real focus is on doing some small ones. So that's lining up pretty good. So some of the artists are having challenges with trying to navigate getting videos to us and going online and be having to break away and talk, which is something that a lot of them have not done. Usually we don't do that. When we're in the studio, we're quiet. So I want to try to get that captured as much as I can. That's why what I do on my presentations, I'm basically working and painting so you can see the techniques that are being used. I'll try to do a little better with doing some narrations on top of those so you can kind of hear what my thought patterns was. But, sometimes it's just nice to just look at the music and see what we're doing. And a lot of the stuff that we do doesn't really have a narration to it. So I'm enjoying it. Got a good momentum started day 4, and we are going to keep the momentum building. Cheers. So, I want to let you guys see some little things that I've been doing. In those math pieces I was working on, there are some elements that I use, where I use wood, I use acrylic medium, and basically all I do is I create these eye forms on black paper. I paint it with black gesso. See, I have a sheet here. This is just black gesso that was used just to make some lip forms. See, the black gesso is nice because you can see the details in it, right? And so I even did a couple of, see if I can show you some nose forms I did. And here's a nose form sheet. So I basically took acrylic medium and molding paste and built some noses. And so those pieces that you see, I made the eyes, the noses, and the mouths out of acrylic medium and other things. I want you to see this stage of it in black because all the details I can now see. It's really kind of cool. So here's a piece of lace that I'm planning on getting into. And as you can see in this black gesso, I can see the details in that lace. So that's why I use black gesso rather than white gesso. You can see the details in it and the colors pop off this very easy. So I'm going to do a nice original with this piece of lace that was given to me by Louise Cutler. Okay, so you saw me do some buildup on white paper. You saw me do some buildups on black paper. This is what happens with this. This is the end result. So I don't want to show you that one yet. So I'll take a couple of these, and as you can see with these two, sometimes I see forms. At this stage is a good stage for me because I keep seeing a figure in there and I see a head in there. I might work into that. It's got like a little sun-like flower-like thing happening there. That might be just enough. Maybe I add an arm or figure way to cut an arm-like structure, like that little section right there might become an arm. I'll cut that in and do something with it. In this case, it's a floral thing happening. It's got a sun-like thing happening here. So I might park a figure in there. I might be able to, So this is how this stage works. So I got quite a few of these. I did those. Sometimes I stay in the same coloration with my palette because all that paint is mixed. Now, I also will look at it two different directions. I'll look at it here. Actually, four directions. I'll look at it here. Sometimes I'll turn it sideways to see if there's some imagery in there that might pop out. So there's another one. This one right here is real interesting. I like that oxide red because it's a clay color kind of color. You can see shapes in it a lot better. Turn it this way, it looks interesting because it might be able to work a figure into that space, and could be a sun or something chaotic in a structure. So once I get it to this stage, I can pretty much look at this one right here, same thing. Turn it sideways. It's got another whole kind of it's like an environment that's being made here. Turn it this way, it changes again. That looks like a face could go in there, shoulder could go in there. Figure might be able to walk through there. Maybe if I do it this way, a figure can walk through that can become the sun. So that's what I'm trying to do once I get it to this stage. Now, all I've done is take some paint, any color. Sometimes I blend those colors just so I can see the separation between the details and the texture and what I'm going to put on it. So this one right here, I'll look at it that way. I'll look at it this way. I'll turn it sideways. I see a lot of things in this one piece right here. But this first stage when I go over with the dry brush is just me trying to, number one, see how much texture I've captured. But look at this one here, same coloration as that one, but you see it's got a little more blue in it. Just looking for figures. And I see that could be the base of a woman. Maybe make a hip area there. And I might do like a little loose figure in there. And then here, with the flowers on the other side, I've created an environment that now I can put something into. One of the other ones, as you can see, still exploring the shapes. But now you can see what it looks like once I do the texturing on top. Here is one that I've done the same thing, except for I've used like unbleached titanium, and I've just blocked in, cut the tops. Now I might go back in and paint details into him to carve him out of it and keep it simple. But This is a cut. This is my paper doll process. This is when I take. Sometimes I draw out figures, and I may do them on. You can use some white paper. Move these out the way. But this is another technique that I do. You cut out dolls. So in the case of this, I'll show you this on white paper. Sometimes I cut these figures out, real simple figures and forms, and then I texturize them. I got this, I want to do this whole power series, so you get to see the very, very beginning stages of this, because this is definitely going to be two pieces that I finish before the quarantine is over. Or sometimes I'll look and see if they can be combined. If they don't combine well, I'll just keep making figures and pick the two that do. You know? But this same process I'll do like I did the black. Glue it down, I'll put more texture areas on top of it, because I don't want these to look realistic. I want them to look stylized. So that's what I do with it. That's the paper doll concept. And that's what this is. This is basically a paper cutout. I added more paper, and those textural areas I'll carve out. Now, sometimes I'll do a formal background like this. And say, for instance, if I put my cutout doll on there, where did I put him? I might be able to work him into there like that. And that might be the direction if I add some textures to him. So that's part of the process. This is what I do to figure out what the images are going to be, looking for images, and dealing with texture. As you can see, I took all my paper. I have tons of paper around here in the studio, scrap stuff, old G-clays. I cut them all to size. These pieces end up getting texturized and painted. I'll show you one painting. This piece was done through last year's quarantine, so you can see how the textures really create another whole world, you know. And so with her, I just basically painted her on top of the textures. So there's no cutout doll in this one. I found an open space for her. She fit in there. I saw that float and it was like, okay, that could be on her head. You know, that was already pre-pasted, and I had to figure out where to put her in that environment. And that's what I mean when I say sometimes I can create an environment for a piece. Okay, and I have other samples. You know, with those eyes, nose, and mouths, here's a small one I did from my, did this last year. It's one of the first ones I did, but as you can see, in these, I was really exploring the monochromatic quality of it. Whereas in the new ones I just did, I was able to take that another whole place by actually creating a background closer to the one I just showed you last, and making faces show up in them. So these are all named after African names. Amaka, God is gorgeous. So I did a whole series of about maybe 8 of these. But this shows you the texture. This is some rope. This is a paisley kind of a pattern. This is burlap. See, I got a little floral thing happening here. And all of these eye forms were made just like I showed you on the black paper just a minute ago. The lips were formed, the noses were formed, and glued on like the other areas of this paper. Painted on the edges too. But just to show you how those details look. And that's just by painting on the high points. And you can see with her, I was able to really just create another whole emotion with her being in that environment. And it is definitely an environment. So now I want to show you some goodies. I'm trying to show you the best. Maybe my table might be good for this. All right, so I got a bag of papers and things that I have been collecting. It could be something like that. It could be, you can see I have a whole bag here of nothing but textures and paper that's rough, floral patterns, little pieces of metal. I might find a embossed sheet of paper that's got something like that on it. Or I make my own. And then when I cut something out, I save it. I save little bits of paper. And so this is part of the process of building those. I might cut a form out like that for a plant that might end up in one of the pieces, or it could look like a tree. I use doilies, paper doilies, like you use on, those are excellent texture pieces. I use, these are made from wallpaper, embossed wallpaper. So I buy that. But if I see anything that has a dimension to it, it is a candidate for this particular technique. Now I want to show you, if you get this back in the bag, how I actually use this on a three-dimensional form, which I probably will be doing again during this quarantine. But I just want you guys to see the bag of goodies. I'm always looking for things to add to that bag. And I'm going to give you a close-up. Now, this is a mask form that I did. I know he's a little spooked, but I want you to see the close-up of his face. Try to give the camera a little time to focus if it will. But yeah, if you look at all these areas right here, all of this is textured paper that's been glued right on the surface of his face. I also took the time, we look down the side of this, see if I can get more of this in the screen. He has he's a totem piece. This is probably a piece about maybe 36 inches. And if you look at how much detail is in there. So I got the texture paper around the edges. And I just lay it down, painted black, hit the high points. I use wood cutouts for the patterns. And those little things that you get in the canvases to stretch it, I save those. I use a pattern of those under the bottom. Then I put the patterns on top of that. This is an assemblage piece. This is actually created on a cabinet door, little skinny cabinet door. And so that same texturing technique can be used a lot of different ways. All of the papers I just showed you inside that bag can also be used on three-dimensional items. I think I'm gonna redo this piece and make the eyes not so intimidating. Because you know what they say. They fear us. They fear for our lives because we look intimidating and threatening. Wow. So that's going to be how we approach the next few pieces. Well, like I was trying to tell y'all, I've been trying to clean up my studio, so we are on a move to do just that. We are going to, this is a dumpster load I'm working with here. Yes, indeed. So we're going to take this down and dump it. Lots of junk, mostly Uline, Christmas stuff. Trying to get rid of paper. This is the purge. So I figure while I am taking the time to create, I might as well take care of some housekeeping. It's getting kind of late, might be after 12 o'clock midnight. I figure I can get on this loading dock pretty easily. So a day in a life. Got a big old loading dock here at the studio. Didn't know it was raining out here tonight. So we will try to make some sense out of this. Cardboard box. And here is the Big Johnson. Hopefully we won't get any midnight visitors, if you know what I mean. One clean load. We're ready to go. We are preparing for load number 2 because I will be dumping and cleaning and dumping and purging for 2021. Another load well done. Park this right here.
This particular piece is the Mirror of Reflection. It actually has on it Malcolm X, excerpts from Malcolm X hate speech is what it's called. It's the speech that he did in Los Angeles in 1962 that talks about who taught you to hate the color of your skin, to hate your nose, your lips, your hair. Who taught you to hate yourself? I feel that this is a very significant speech because even today, a lot of Black African Americans are still trying to identify themselves as someone that they're not, by changing hair texture and wearing eyelashes and all of these different things, still battling with that stigma of your hair is not the right hair, or your skin color is not the right skin color, or your lips are too big, or your nose is too big. And so this mirror, I actually had it up in another exhibit called Screams of a Black Man, and it's actually going to an exhibit that I have, a solo exhibit in Kansas. It's going there because I feel that this is a very important mirror, and the reason I put the words on the mirror is so that while you're reading these words, you're actually looking at your own reflection, and it's giving you the opportunity to actually read it and reflect so that you can reflect on those things that you have taken inside that have made you feel like you were not this beautiful person or this amazing person that God has created you to be because of all of the words that other people have said about you, or what somebody told you. When I created it, it was based on the fact that I wanted people to look at it and see how beautiful they are so that they could destroy some of the negativity and myths and really think about, well, who told me that I wasn't beautiful? Who told me that my nose was too big and my lips were a certain way, and I'm looking at myself in the mirror and I'm not seeing that. But because you've heard it over and over again, you believed it. And that's one of the things that for me was significant. A reflection of myself is kind of what brought me out of that negative state of thinking that I wasn't beautiful and I wasn't right and I was just this skinny kid. And so that's kind of what helped me, was a reflection of myself years ago when I was walking down the street and I saw a reflection of myself in there's this building in downtown Chicago, and it was just like a mirror, and I saw a reflection of myself because at that time I didn't like myself very much. And one day I was literally walking down the street and I saw a reflection of myself, and it turned out that I was that amazing person that I always wanted to be. But because I had never taken the time to really see myself, I didn't know that. And so I created this mirror so that people can see themselves for who they are and not based on the things that someone else said about them, so that they could see themselves for who they really are, who God created them to be, that beautiful person on the inside and out, and that they don't have to listen to the negativity and to be able to tear down those words that have been spoken over them, or just in general, the stereotypes that have been put out there. So that's what this is a mirror of reflection, reflecting upon who you really and truly are and that beautiful soul that God created you to be. So, enjoy.
Hi guys. So it's day 4 and I'm seriously tired, like ultra exhausted at this point. The holidays were intense. Preparing for this thing was intense, and the challenge of it all is intense. Um, and I remember doing this much work before, but under my own direction and schedule. And it's been a while since I've had to make this much content. Like, it's one thing to do the work, it's another thing to have to document it, edit that, post it, and then engage with that post once it's done. And there's been so many incredible benefits to participating, and I'm feeling it. My body is feeling it. So I don't have a demonstration today, although I wanted to record one and share it with you guys. I really did. I really, really did, but I was messing up a lot. Um, I was having a hard time. When I'm tired like this, I have a hard time concentrating. And I make a lot of mistakes and get frustrated. And there just wasn't enough time. There just wasn't enough time to try to get that right all day long. Like, I didn't have the luxury. But I did want to share. I do want to go back and and do the project again and document and share it with you guys. Um, but it's just a lot of me cussing and messing up. So we're not gonna share that today. Uh, but I am going to share the story that drove um, that drove the project or the demonstration that I wanted to share. Um, and so to I, w- I was thinking about a lot of things today. I was thinking about all the mail that I need to get out. I have a lot of Etsy orders and the collaborations. I have a pen pal that I need to get her stuff out to her. And I also have like a long list of happy mail that I either want to do, have started and not completed, or have completed and just didn't ship it yet. So I was like, oh god, I gotta do this happy mail. Like, what maybe happy mail? Like this is something I want to do again. Like this, I can use this as something for the residency because that's definitely the part of my paper arts was the happy mail. So, what is happy mail? Happy mail is when you send snail mail to someone as a surprise, um, and not necessarily on a special occasion. And it can be a gift, it can be a letter. It should be thoughtful. Um, it's nice when it's handmade or um, not necessarily um, expensive. And it doesn't necessarily have to be handmade, but it should be thoughtful. I say it like that. It should be thoughtful. It should be something that the person would really enjoy. So I mean, it can be anything. It can literally be anything, but it should make the person smile. And and the whole idea is that you're not really expecting anything in return. Um, and you're just doing it to be nice and to make someone happy. And typically, we don't use snail mail much anymore for such things. I think most people, even in COVID times, I think are ordering things and having them shipped and delivered, but not creating presents and packages and presenting them as gifts in the way that you would say a birthday gift or Christmas gift or something like that. It's really nice when those gifts are crafty and artful. I love doing this. It's rare that I get happy mail, but when I do, it's amazing. I love it. So I had a long list of happy mail. One of those people on the list was a woman named Kathy Horner. Kathy Horner is a woman I met in a Facebook group when I was collaging pretty heavily in 2019. Okay, see if you can see some of her work. You can see that. She's an incredible collage artist. I really adore her work. And we were in a group, and I had commented on her work. She uses, if I'm not mistaken, she used handmade papers in her art, and I was inspired by this. And I think I made a comment saying such like, "Oh, I want to make handmade papers too. I wish I knew how to do that." Blah blah blah. Blah. So she sent me a private message. She sent me a private message and was like, "Oh, if you want to learn how to make paper, I have a book." I might have even reached out to her and asked her, could you recommend some books? And so she was like, oh, I have a book that I can send you if you want it, if you feel comfortable with sending me your address. So I think I sent her a P.O. box. She might have sent it straight to me. I can't remember, but I do remember thinking, what do I have to lose? I'll get a book. And I wasn't even thinking like, yeah, right, she's not gonna send me no book. But I definitely wasn't like gonna hold her to it. Like if she didn't send the book, I wasn't gonna say what's up with that book, Kathy. You know, I I thought it was really generous for her to offer. We had only talked briefly on Facebook. I don't think an hour went by before we had introduced ourselves before she had made this offer. And and so I either said it or I was thinking to myself, when I get this book, I'm gonna make some paper and send it to her. So some time went by. I think maybe about a month or so went by, maybe 2 months. I can't really remember, but it was a little gap of time before it came. I remember it being a surprise and thinking, who sent this to me? Weird. You know, it was weird. But it was from Kathy. It was the book. And this is the book that she sent me. So if you're ever interested in paper making, Easy Paper Making by Arnold Brummer, who I guess is like the paper king because he has a lot of products for paper making um, tools and such. Anything with that guy's name on it is gold. And it was chock full of all these projects that really inspired me that I had no idea you could do with paper making. I was seeing all different kinds of textures, patterns, additives, botanicals especially was interesting to me, like adding flowers and leaves and things to your paper making. I was fascinated. I was fascinated. So, of course, right away I started making paper. I got everything I needed to make the paper, do the investment, and started going to work. But before I did that, I enjoyed a lot of the paper that Kathy had sent me. So some of the paper that she sent me was handmade paper that she either purchased or made herself, and other papers were I don't know. I think maybe all of these are handmade, and some are like this one is gold, but it's embossed. Oh, it's so pretty, and it's so pretty. This one has glitter on it. You see these circles where I cut things out, like paisley glitter. Like, how did they do that? I mean, but just so many different kinds of textures, and oh, this one is gorgeous. I love this. If you hold it up to the light, I don't know if you can see that on camera, but there's leaves embedded inside of the paper. So on each side, there is the texture of the pulp of the paper outside of it, but you can still feel like all the little veins and things in these. Ugh, gorgeous. So beautiful. I became seriously inspired by this. I wanted to try everything. Everything. I'm sure I can find a couple of others that had botanicals because those were my favorites. I think the ones with leaves and things were just so nice. This is a nice one. Um, Very pretty. Well, like dried leaves, little bits. Oh, so pretty. So I was like really excited to get all these papers, and and I never wrote her back. And I found the package. I found the package that she sent me, and or that I was intending to send to her. I was really happy about it. So, so that was going to be my demonstration. Was going to be the happy decorating the envelope. Ooh, this one's nice. This one's nice. It has like metallic gold on this kind of translucent paper. Oh, it's so pretty. So this makes for like great collaging. Oh, and this was my favorite. This one, I gotta show you this one. I gotta show you this one because it's just incredibly gorgeous. I mean, look, it looks like milkweed spores that were matted together to make paper. How beautiful is that? And I've used this as overlays. So when I wanted something to show through, it would put different colors behind it. You still see through it. It's just so beautiful. And unusual, very unusual. It's just not paper you can just pick up at CVS. You know what I'm saying? So it makes for very interesting projects when you have this compared to like magazines and stuff. So I did make her some paper, and I put some other little gifts together for her. Um, but I never sent this out. But I'd love to share with you some of the paper I was able to make that I experimented with. Uh, just using that one book. It's the only book I had on paper making. Oh, this is getting bent. No. Okay, so I have a lot of paper. Apparently, I have a lot of paper here. So, so I was experimenting a lot with colors. These are all in plastic sheets because I didn't want them to get damaged. So I'm going to pull these out one by one very carefully. Um, I wish the light was better. But, yeah, the light's not, it's too bright. So you can't see all the little flecks and all the color changes. It's like gray and pink paper. And I made about four, it looks like I made 4 or 5 sheets in this. That's good to know. I can start making books. So I want to start making books with the paper that I've already made instead of trying to make a bunch of stuff from scratch. So I have some ideas on book making that I can do with these guys here. And I was adding different things to paper too. So this has like gold. Actually, I think it's origami paper. I chopped up some origami paper and embedded it as flecks in this paper. And so when it reflects in the light, it's seriously pretty. Here's some paper I made with botanicals in it. I dried some flowers. I had these little teeny purple flowers and also some iridescent flecks, like the stuff that you find in Easter baskets, like that iridescent grass. Just like that. Don't ask me where I got it. I have no idea how I acquired it, but maybe it was Easter and I found some. I sure wish the light was better so you could appreciate it. And that's the thing about art. It's so much better in person to me. It's not. Here's a piece that I really like. I embedded a braided cord. This is bound to the paper, and without any adhesives, it is. I dried it onto the paper, so it's embedded in there. And it looks like gold, probably gold confetti. Gold confetti that I use. I have a lot of different kinds. I love gold. I think I've mentioned that before. So those are some samples of paper that I've made, inspired by Kathy and her generosity and happy mail. I am all set to make some happy mail for her and all the happy mail that needs to go out to other people. It's on its way. I'm working on it. And yeah, that's all I got today. I'm so tired. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna take a nap. I'll be fresh for the next one. Bye.
So you can see the artists are all trying to get their heads wrapped around this thing. We've been having some technical difficulties here and there, trying to use film as much as we can. Louise Cutler is out in Colorado trouncing in the snow.
In the house. Louise Cutler is in the house.
Let's see if we can get
Hey.
Frankie in here because Frankie,
Hello, everybody.
how's it going?
Oh,
I'm just
hey.
doing a little cleanup here of some. I was doing some mixed media in the middle of all that.
Okay.
And I decided to put the raffia hay on the Hilato's head.
Okay.
Are you able to see it? That light in the background. I don't know how.
Nice.
Can you see it?
It's shaping up nice. Well, you got
It
the light
really
pointing
is.
right toward the camera, so you can't have the light towards the camera. You got to have it towards the art. There you go. Turn the
Oh,
camera,
boy.
turn your light towards the art because it's reflected into the camera.
Got like that.
Yes.
Really like that. That's coming along quite well.
Okay. The only thing it limits.
Right.
It's limited because of the it's on paper.
Okay.
If I knew I was going to add make it mixed media, I would have put a stronger background on it.
Well, it looks good. Looks like it's shaping up. It looks like you are being busy. How big is that, Frankie?
It's pretty big. It's 30 by 40.
Okay.
All my pieces are big like that. I stopped working on smaller pieces. I don't know why, but I'm getting used to the larger pieces, 20 by 40, 30 by 40, those.
Right.
And I don't know what just still getting ready for that mural.
Well, we're going to come back in later on when you're ready for your session. Just wanted to peek in and see what you were working on, Frankie.
All right.
All righty.
Thank you.
All right. Louise has been trouncing around trying to get all her technology working and creating echoes for the first time today. So she's going to give you a little bit of a talk through of what she's been working on today. I guess she's still muted and setting up. So far, y'all, we've not had a lot of technology issues. Knock on wood, because I don't want to trigger anything. The artists are all working. We're on a late schedule today, so people will be coming in a little later in the day. We're going to try to work through this week where artists have a little less time broadcasting.
Okay,
and
can you
more
hear me
time in
now?
the studio. So yes, we are trying to still bring you views of what the artists are working on and keep you up to date. But this is a preparation week, so artists are kind of working through their process and getting into the studio. Some artists are further into the process than others, but in the next 30 days, all of them will catch up. So it's just nice that you get a chance to see them try to gain their momentum.
We'll all get caught up. Is that what it is?
Well, some of us will.
Well, Pancho, I kind of wanted to talk about, I saw that you had played my video earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And just wanted to kind of share about that. It's actually a piece that I've really been working on, and it's actually going out. It was supposed to go out today. So you kind of caught me driving from the office, and then as soon as I got here, my son is like, we have to catch before dark. And I thought, dude, I have to be upstairs, but I had to go out there and throw a couple of balls with him, because that's what being a mom is all about.
I hear you.
So, but I am working on some new stuff, and I'm just gonna put this over here because I want to kind of show you what I've been working on today. So if you guys give me a few minutes, I'm going to get that up and going. And hold on. I'm going to pull it up because I'm going to just come into the, if I can find where Poncho sent me an email. Find the Poncho Brown email. Poncho. Because I don't want to come in via the studio. I like coming in. Well, actually, I can come in. I'll just come in through the studio and just turn it all down. So I'll be over here.
Well, I'm sure you guys don't want to hear her hum while she's trying to get her tech together.
Why wouldn't they want to hear me hum? Why wouldn't they want to hear me hum? I'm a great hummer. Here, they can actually follow me. I'll put the camera over this way.
They tuned in to hear you work, not hum.
Hey, I'm quite the hummer now.
Yeah, I believe you are. I believe you are quite the hummer.
I'm gonna do some of my songs later.
Mm-hmm.
On another one, because I got some pieces that I am working on. Some song pieces. There we go. Is that me?
Hey, Karen.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, Karen.
Hey.
You know, we're all trying to get our energy levels up and our projects forward, and you know, everybody. Is that the same cup of coffee that was there yesterday, or do you just drink? Are you brewing all day?
That same coffee from yesterday.
This is the same coffee. This is the coffee from this morning.
Okay, well, hey, you know, everybody's got their own style, babe. That is absolutely cool. So, what's going on with you in the studio today?
Oh, I got me some new tools.
Some new tools. Oh, okay. Well, you want to share?
Look at
wow, this. That is nice.
I got. Ooh, these are so good. All right, this brand is called MKM, and it's wood that they have carved into it. So now I don't have to do.
Let me see.
My own.
Oh, I like that.
Nice.
I know. So, and then I got this one. Just so I just played with this one just a few minutes ago.
Oh, I love that.
This is what I did with it. I'm working on the mugs that I had done for the demo for the first class, for the first day 2. So that's what it.
Oh wow, that's pretty fabulous.
Pretty
Thank you.
cool.
So it'll have a handle on it, so I can drink out of it.
Well, you know, I'm fortunate enough to have a handleless glass.
Oh wow,
by Karen. I will tell you that this is not for everybody because it's evidently I have very feminine hands because I can't handle the heat that comes from this. Yeah. And then I have a full-blown mug.
I see.
Like,
you know, he made sure he brought his Karen Clark glasses today.
No, Karen Clark stuff is all in my life. It's at home and it's in my studio.
Place. Oh, look at it! Look at it! Look
and in my studio. So this is when she says this is active functional wear. She is absolutely right because I have it right here in the studio.
Yeah, and you know I love that mug. I love that mug because that was from a wood fire. And so I don't get to do wood fires every so often. I mean, I get to do it every so often. So I actually have one prepared for February. So the piece is already there. I'm waiting to sit there in the middle of the night and stoking the fires and watching the moon pass by and, you know, having a little bourbon with the fellas.
Well, hey, you know what? Just make sure that you bleep out the curse words with the fellas.
No, there are no curse words.
Now I want to put something in the cup. The cup.
No curse words.
No
curse words. No, so like it's out.
She doesn't.
See, I thought cursing and bourbon. I thought cursing and bourbon go together.
Well, you know, they said that cussing is a form of a genius. So
that I'm a genius then.
Hey.
and
so you know what that means, Louise.
That I'm not a genius. Okay. I'm okay with that.
That's what they say. That's what they say. It's been
I'm
documented.
okay with that. I'm okay with being geniusless.
That's all good.
Have
We are
mercy.
Not
geniuses in our own way. So I'm glad you guys are working. Who is next up?
I think Kathleen is next up.
me. I'm next up.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, Louise was next up, and Kathleen is just logging in.
He put me
Okay.
up early, so we all
Oh,
gonna be up next.
No, I no, I didn't put you up early. I actually filled your space because you were driving.
I was driving.
Exactly. So we would
You know,
let you we
I
would
don't
let
need a
you
whole
have
lot of
some
space.
space.
I don't need a whole lot of space because I can come on a little later. I'm just gonna talk a little bit about this wood, and we can move on.
Okay. Well,
Okay. So, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. I'm going to put you full screen.
Well, I am working on an amazing piece of wood today, and I'm pretty excited about it. I just pulled it up. This is a big block of wood. This is not a small block of wood. And what I ended up having my husband do, this was actually, I was going to purchase some wood, and my older son went and purchased me some wood for Christmas. Woohoo! I love my children. They just know what to get the mommy. And so this particular piece of wood, I'm actually going to do I'm going to be doing some resin on it. I'm going to paint on it. I'm going to use some acrylic, liquid acrylic on it. I'm also going to be using I'm going to do some gilding, all of those kind of things. And I think I showed you guys a piece of the wood. I showed you a piece of wood that I did earlier. And if not, I'll bring it over and let you guys see it. But this was a big chunk of wood. And I'm going to just try and turn it over a little bit for you. But it is massive. And I have plastic on this table because I'm going to try not to bump there we go. So I'm just gonna turn it over, and it still has to have a little bit of drying. So even when I'm working with it, I can feel that. You can look how amazing that looks. My husband actually carved out the inside. Whoa! My husband actually carved out the inside, and it's just absolutely phenomenal. And you could literally feel the moisture because it's been on this piece of plastic all day. And so I can literally feel the moisture coming out of the wood. You can feel that. I love working with this particular wood, these wood pieces, just because I just love, and I had to make a decision on whether I was going to use the back or the front of the wood. And I loved all the things that were going on in the back part of this wood, but I really like seeing bark, and you can't really see bark from the back. I want to make sure you guys can see that really well. You can't really see the bark from the back. You can see some of these sort of crevices and stuff like that, which I love crevices, but I'm not going to use that part of it. But my husband did a fantastic job carving it out. And if you think it's heavy right now, I'm struggling right now. You can imagine what I would have been doing if he had never cut the back out of this bad fella, because it would be twice as heavy. So I'm going to turn it back over so you guys can see what I'm going to do with it. One of the things that I really love about wood, and this is something you have to take your time with, you don't want to just jump off a cliff. And there we go. Whew. So I'm going to put it over here. So I chose to do this side, and I'm going to tell you why, because I just love, I'm going to bring it over some more. I want to make sure you can see everything. I chose to do this side, and earlier today I was looking at it. What I normally have to do with these pieces, I sit them out in my studio for, I don't know, like a week or more, and believe it or not, I go and I kind of touch it and rub it because I'm trying to get a feel for the texture. I'm trying to get a feel for what it wants to become, because I feel like it's, it will speak to me and let me know what it wants to become. And then I look at it. And so you probably have looked at it. It's also amazing. I did draw a little bit on it. I'm going to use some resin because it has some nice little crevices here. So I will be using some resin. And I like using the blue resin because it's a lot of fun. So I will be using some resin in here on the bark and putting faces in. But let me just show you what I saw today when I was looking at it. If you look here, right in here, this is what I saw. So I saw a form here. This is a figure here, and to me, that's a mother. And then right here is where you see the father. So I don't know if you guys can see that, but there is a really wonderful father form right in here, and you can see his shoulder, and even how his arm comes over that way. This is not a great pencil, so. And it goes right into there. So you have this wonderful mother form here, and this amazing father form here, and then right in here, you have a child. So this is an amazing piece of wood because you have this beautiful mother and father form, right? This just formed, it's all just formed right in there, and where the father is literally embracing the child, and his other arm will come from here, where he's literally embracing the child, and then the mother is here, standing and being a part of that whole entire moment. And so when I saw that, I was like, I love it, love it, love it. And one of the things I like to do, even when I add paint and resin, I like to make sure that the texture of the wood is still apparent. So I like for you to still be able to see this beautiful wood texture. So when I start adding color, I use my acrylic almost like a wash, not quite like a thick acrylic. So I don't use these acrylics or the gouache that I used earlier on the mirror. I'll be using what is known as a liquid acrylic, and that particular acrylic is more like this. It's almost like pen and ink, stuff that you can use in the pen and ink. These are I like the pearlescence because they give this beautiful sort of pearlescent color on this particular kind of wood. So you've actually seen me use several different paints, and you'll see me using liquid acrylic on this one. On the other piece, I'm using oil paint, and on the mirror, I use just a regular acrylic, and on here, and I use gouache on that, and on here, I'll be using this liquid acrylic. Now, I will use a little bit of the regular soft body acrylic, because I do love the soft body acrylic, but I won't use a lot. And I'll also be using some metal leaf on this particular piece. But I'm excited about getting started on here. I'm still waiting for the rest of this. It might be another, might be another figure is what I'm thinking. It's probably gonna be another figure that's kind of looking away. And then over here, I'm looking at more like a mountainy area. I am in Colorado, so I'm looking at more of a mountainy sort of something that you see more in an Asian painting. So with these waves and things like that. So it's, it'll form how it wants to. I'm just giving you the ideas of what I see, but as I begin to paint on it, that's where everything will come from. The first layer of paint, the first layer of whatever it is I put on here, that's where everything will come from. And even as I'm looking at it right now, I'm beginning to see more and more things. The more I look at it, the more I see. I begin to see more and more things forming. The more I stare at it or the more I look at it, I'll see more things developing out of this particular piece. And so I'm pretty excited about starting this one and just watching to see how all of the forms come about. But I do know that these are going to be some pretty amazing forms. This actually looks like a nice little hand. but I'm not quite sure. So we'll see how everything works out in this piece. And I'm going to show you one of my other pieces that I have completed. It's called Vibe. And so I'm going to show you that one, but we're going to go over here to where this other camera is so you can get a little bit of an idea of what I'm doing with wood. And I'm going to move this one because I'm still working on that. This particular piece. I got quite a bit of this piece done today, but I'm going to show you Vibe. It's over here, and I'll show you basically what it is I'm going to do. Similar to that one, if you look over here, you can see, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, okay. So if you look over here, you can see this has some really nice blue resin in it. And then this is all done with, this is all the pearlescent liquid acrylic. It has some gold metal leaf and things like that in it. And I just love painting all of these pretty amazing images. And I'm going to bring it up close because that's a smaller, that camera. It's not the other camera that's closer. So I'm just going to bring it up a little closer and not make it so hot. So let's take this light off of it. The light is really on it. And I don't want that light so hot on it. So I'm just going to tilt it a little bit so the light's not hot on it so you can actually see it. There we go. So as you can see, I like adding little images. Like in here, it's a child and one of the parents. And then in here also, I like adding, I love faces. So I like adding little faces, another child and parent. And then up higher, there is more. So let me, and then down here, it's hard to see, but there's a tiny, tiny little face down there because that was a fun little face. I'm going to take it down just a little bit so you can kind of see. I don't know if you can see up here, there's a really nice face, and then lots and lots of resin because I love, love, love using a resin. And there's metal leaf. And I just kind of, when I did this, I just kind of flowed with the wood. I didn't ask anything of the wood. I just allowed the wood to just let me know what it wanted to do. Let me know the direction it wanted to go in. And I didn't rush it. I just added as I felt the direction was going in. So that's the beauty of doing it these kind of ways, because I just kind of flow with the piece of wood. So look at over here. So that's basically what you'll see me doing when I start working on that piece of wood. Similar, I'll be doing a similar thing to that piece of wood, only using some different people, using different colors, using different metal leaf, but that'll be the same thing. I have some really neat colors that I'll be showing you guys that I put in my resin. So I don't just use a white resin or a clear resin. I actually put colors in my resin because I like to put colors in my resin. That's where you see the blues and the oranges and all of that in there, because I have a couple of oranges in there. Mostly you see the blue, but there's also some orange in that resin as well. So that's all I wanted to share with you guys today. And we could do some other stuff later because Pancho was right. I was in the car speeding, trying to get here, trying to get to the church on time, but just trying to get over this way. Hey, Karen. Trying to get to where I needed to be. But yeah, I'm so looking forward to working on that piece of resin, and just working on that piece of wood and getting into the resin. And that's the one table I did clean off.
It's a beautiful piece of wood. And so how long does it take for the wood to dry?
Well, that piece of wood, I'm going to turn it over because it's been sitting on plastic, and so I'm going to turn that over so that it can start drying out. And unfortunately, I don't have any sun right now. So my husband was telling me to coat it,
And so I might end up coating it with something and just sort of sealing it. But I'm not so worried about it because as long as I don't do the back, because I'm thinking about how I want to do the back. And actually, I was thinking about possibly making it so it's a stand-up piece. So making a wood base to put it on.
Oh, wow. That's going to be amazing.
So that it'll stand on, so it can sit on the floor. So I'm actually looking at that. But I put it up there this morning and saw those images, and I was like, okay, this piece is ready for me.
Yes.
So it's interesting to hear you talking about the art guiding your way, because I mentioned that to people that I have that same experience. And I've heard a lot of artists say that that's very true, that the work tells you what it wants to be.
Exactly.
You can start out with one intention, and then before you know it, you're on a whole other scale.
Oh, you just get frustrated if you try to do it on your own. Honestly, you just get frustrated.
True.
The pieces will not cooperate. And I think that's true for all of us when we're creating.
Yeah.
It just kind of forms on its own. And even though, I think even if you have an idea, you still have to release that. You still have to release that idea to the piece, or it won't form correctly.
That's right. So I'm still using the data from my phone to access the live stream here. So I would like to just go into my section about what I have done with this neck piece today.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then I'll log off so that my phone doesn't blow up.
Well, we don't want your phone blowing up, so you go for it.
No. We don't want that.
That might make for great television.
I know. It's like, oh, nice. That was different.
Yes. So I'm working on this necklace. I started it yesterday, and showed you the beads that I made with the aluminum foil. And I was planning to do one thing with the beads, but just like our conversation, the beads decided they wanted to be something else. I have this this paper that came from I don't know, looks like it might have come from some kind of a CD or something, but I like the shape of it, and I had been wanting to make a neck piece using this shape. Using the shape, where is it? Using the shape. So I decided to do that. And what I did is I cut the points off so that I got a piece like this kind of shape. And then I went searching into my beads collection and found these beads that I decided I would use at the end of the beads that I made yesterday. So when I put them at the end, here we go, put them at the end of the beads. I like symmetry and balance. So I positioned the aluminum foil beads around this piece right here, and then added these metal. Can you see that okay?
No, we can't. Oh, there we go. Bring it down a little bit. We can't see the metal ones.
Okay, how's that?
Oh, maybe you should
pull. Now?
Yeah, we can see them. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, and then I'm going to add the these cowrie shells at the end.
Mhm. Maybe you should pull back a little bit. There we go. Oh, yeah. There we go. Uh-huh.
Okay. So, are you getting the idea?
Mm-hmm.
These cowrie shells like to swivel around, but they'll be like that
Mm-hmm.
at the end.
Oh, that's pretty.
And then I'm thinking to use this gold as the base for the shape. Now I already fired the shape out of clay. Now my next step will be to cover this with the gold, and then I can make impressions in the. I'm making some kind of patterns in the gold. I haven't decided what pattern to use yet. I'm just doing this to give you the idea of how the clay can be impressed with pattern. Anyway, so I was going to apply this onto this piece tonight, but I can't do that and hold this phone at the same time. So
what is the paper? Is that paper? What is that?
which this?
Is that clay? Is that another piece of clay?
This
The
right
gold.
here?
The gold piece.
The gold is more clay. It's gold.
Okay.
Gold clay.
Okay.
So Kathleen, do you put it inside of a kiln, or do you have a toaster oven that you bake it off at a couple of 100 degrees?
Yeah, so I use a toaster oven. I have a toaster oven. So the polymer, unlike synthetic clay, unlike ceramic clay or earthen clay, polymer clay fires at 275 degrees. It doesn't require a kiln, which makes it really accessible to a lot of people, because you don't have to buy a kiln or have the 1,000 degrees, 2,000 degrees heating up in your kiln.
And so how long does it bake for?
Say that again?
How long does it bake for? 20 minutes?
So the instructions on the package say that a piece should cure for 30 minutes for every quarter of an inch.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, so if it's a quarter of an inch, then it's 30 minutes. If it's an inch, well, then it's like an hour. And a friend of mine who is also a very experienced and well-known polymer clay artist, she fires hers at 295 to 300 degrees. But anyway, it doesn't require a big expensive kiln. It's just a toaster oven.
Oh,
but for my big pieces, I use a regular oven, stove oven, because they're big, so they won't fit into they're 14 inches or 20 inches. They won't fit into a toaster oven.
Got you. Thank you for the information.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to have to, I can't hold this. I don't know if you can see the work that I'm doing. I
can see it.
Can you see it? Okay, so I have to run this through the pasta machine to get it thin enough to fit onto that the brown surface that I just showed you. And
do you have anything a little higher, or the angle it a little differently, or no?
I have books, magazines. I can lift this onto a magazine if that makes it better. I don't know if it makes it better. Can you see it better?
We can see the gold now. There, okay, we can see the gold now. Yeah.
Okay, and so here's the shape that I'm going to place the gold on. And yesterday I talked about the liquid Sculpey, right? That's like slip. It's slip for polymer clay.
Oh,
And
okay.
so I use it a lot because it allows the whatever I'm applying, if I need it to slide around, it allows that to happen. And so this is good for clay to clay. And it doesn't take a lot to help adhere the next step. But something exciting happened today. My paint arrived in the mailbox. Yay! So I can start doing the practicing with polymer and paint. I have not used paint on polymer, and so it will be interesting to see how this works. Okay, so I have the slippy liquid on there, and this, now I'm going to just slide this on and smooth it out over the form. And once it's smoothed around, now this gold clay, another friend of mine wanted to shift her art focus. She's a painter, but she had a lot of polymer clay because she thought she was going to do that at one point. So she gave me a bunch of her scraps, and I just took all those scraps and blended them together to get a solid color. And some of them were these gold tones. Okay, so once I have this like this around, I can take my blade and just follow it around the edge, and it gives me a clean cut. Okay, so now I have, so now I can fire this again. I call it firing or curing. I use the similar term as with earth and clay, because essentially that's what's happening. But I think I want to put some kind of pattern on here. I've been thinking about how to pattern this. I've been thinking about it today. Do I want to cut shapes from some spare pieces of clay and apply it to the surface? Or do I want to take a stamp, another stamp, and stamp the pattern onto the clay with the stamp? I think I'm leaning toward cutting shapes from the extra clay and applying that to this surface. Now, I don't have to apply the shapes right now. The clay can be cured over and over and over again. So I could harden this in the oven, cure it and harden it in the oven, and then just while I'm deciding how I want to texturize the surface. But I'm certain I want to texturize the surface and not just leave it plain like this. So I think I'm going to go for now and try to decide how I'm going to make this texture. Check me out tomorrow. I'll have it done by then. All right.
Well, it sounds like you are making progress.
Yes.
This
I love that.
Yeah, making some progress.
and you're juggling that phone plan. I love it.
Hey, you know her phone's doing a lot better than most.
If people knew what we got to do to make this happen, I hope you guys appreciate the efforts.
Oh, you're breaking up.
No worries. We'll tune out and catch up with you tomorrow, Kathleen.
Okay, catch me tomorrow.
Well, you know, Frankie is in there. He's still working, and Karen is watching polymer clay techniques, and me and Cutler look like we got plates underneath of the window so we can just
Hey, it's one of those.
low key Monday, and Frankie's got raffia all over the floor at the studio. I saw him sweeping earlier.
Frankie, you're over there jamming.
You're muted, Frankie.
Can you hear me?
Oh, wait a minute! I thought Kathleen was gone. She's still in.
Hanging out. Kathleen says she's not in a hurry.
Well, I was just saying, I have a tendency once I start working to stay awake all night. I can be so tired that I would fall asleep standing up and start working with polymer clay, and then be up for like 5 or 6 hours.
Wow.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Good with those earrings on. Deborah be all fashionable.
Uh-huh. Nice earrings.
Thank you. Oh, you all are funny.
Well, we got we got half of the artists on the screen right now. We're going to get ready to let Kathleen go, though. Thank you, Kathleen. Yep. We'll check you out tomorrow and see what you're doing.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that tomorrow, Kathleen.
Say that again.
I can't wait to see what you do with that tomorrow, adding those pieces.
Yeah, okay. I'll work into the night. I'll be ready tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, y'all, we are doing the thing.
What's going on?
Everybody seems to be moving at a particular pace today. It's like right in here. The hyper is coming down.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, Karen's on a trajectory.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm telling you, I'm on it. You're right, because I've done 30 mugs from from that day. So now all of these 30 mugs are going to get faces on them. So I'm excited. And
Oh wow.
Deborah, you
Well,
always
Yeah,
beat
30
down. Go on,
mugs.
girl.
well,
Yeah,
you know,
I always what?
Beat
Deborah's on her way
down.
too.
Face is beautiful. Go ahead, girl.
all right. Well, you know, we got all these artists on. Let's see who's next up on the lineup. Well, actually, Karen Clark was supposed to be doing her presentation, but
Come on in.
since Deborah is here, we're gonna squeeze her in.
Thank you,
Might as
girl.
well.
Okay, I'm
All
gonna put
right.
myself on mute.
I
All
better
right.
call my sister because she loves watching you all, and I'm sure she's not. Oh, there she go. Hello, everyone. She just showed up. You two are her favorite. I just want you to know she just showed up.
Fantastic. All right, Deborah, you got the floor.
Oh, wow, thank you. So can you see my black piece of canvas?
Mhm.
Yes.
Is it too dark
No, it's
in
good.
here?
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's fine.
thank you. So at the last minute, I decided I was gonna do a collage from my Face It series. My Face It series is just a collage face, but the features aren't exact or not the way you would think the feature is supposed to be. So anyway, that's my little presentation for today. So what I am going to take is a piece of canvas and I'm going to use paper to make the features. So this paper that I have is just pieces of paintings that I did that I had to, tear up. So this is what I'm going to be using, just random pieces of paper that's already been something before, now turning it into something. Oh my God. My first, what happened?
No,
I
go
heard
ahead.
somebody.
Just keep doing your thing.
So, okay, so I am going to start cutting up this paper. I either cut it or tear it, but for live performance, I am going to make sure that I use my scissors. And I am going to do the profile or the shape of the face with this piece of paper that I picked up that already had like a semi oval shape. Okay, so so ta-da! There's like my shape for the face. I'm gonna give it a little chin. So you all can tell I don't overthink my work. I just do what it tells me to do. I'm obedient. An obedient vessel. So, can I have you guys? I forgot to go get my adhesive in my brush, so I'll be back, and you guys can put somebody else on while I do that. Sorry.
You all right, Deborah? Deborah's going off and getting to put something on her board. So we're just going to, what do we got? What do you got? We'll do a little. All right, Karen. Deborah just ran off. She had to go get some glue, girl.
I saw. Are you gonna be working all night tonight?
Oh yeah, I am. I'm gonna be. There she goes.
Oh, me?
Deborah, you just showed up. I'm telling you, there's something going on with your camera. It was like you were gone and then you appeared. Deborah has magic going on.
I'm a musician. I have to go get my adhesive. This is my magic. So
That's your
anyway,
magic.
like I was saying, let me put the camera down again so you see the start of the
Well,
face.
somebody
I've
wanted to
got,
know if you were using canvas board.
huh?
Somebody wanted to know, are you using canvas board, Carla?
No, I'm using stretched canvas. See the back?
Oh, okay, it's a stretch. Okay, it's a stretch piece of canvas.
Yeah. So I'm going to do the shape of her face. I'm by no means neat. I make up the rules as I go, just like a little kid would do. I always tell aspiring artists that you have to bring out the child in you, because children, give them something to create with, and they'll create it, and then they'll take it home to their parents to put on the refrigerator, just as proud. So I try to bring that part of my life, the little girl part, back into existence when I create. Because, you can't be afraid of it. You may hear the master, but you're not, so you might as well just go with the flow. So I'm gonna, you gotta see that? I don't wanna hold it up because it's not, it may take a while for it to actually stick on there. So I decide I'm gonna put the lips on next. So I got this piece of paper that's got some paint on it that I probably used as a palette. So that's a quick way to, I'll give you guys one of my secrets. Use paper as a palette, and then you may need a specific color that you've already painted when you're doing a collage, and that will be, half the work will be done. So I'm gonna see if these work for her lips. And I think I wanna put another piece on the top because I think that her lips could be fuller than what they are. So I am going to look for a piece of red. I see a piece of red on here, and I'm going to cut that out, and I'm going to put that on the top of her lip. I am going to adhere it to the paper, and voila, I am through with the first phase, because you always look at it for a while, and then it tells you that you're not finished. I get told that a lot. So that's her bottom lip. See, when you're starting out as an artist, I think overthink things, and then it turns into a real job. It doesn't turn in, it leaves the realm where you actually, are really getting down with some work that, it looks like you know what you're doing. Because actually, everything is an experiment, is in the experimental stage with me. Like this piece that won't stick down. Okay. So I'm going to take another thin piece of paper, and I am going to make that be well, I thought I was going to make that be. Well, it's got to be. It's got to be. So it's going to like separate her bottom lip from her top lip. Another little added piece of color. Y'all still there? It's quiet.
Still here.
Okay.
Still
We're
here.
here. We're here for you, Deborah.
Thank you. Like, am I by myself? So anyway, I'm gonna clean this up. I'm just gonna take this adhesive. This is so strange to me though, working and having people watching me.
Well, we're enjoying it.
So, okay, so I'm gonna just lift this up a bit. Okay, so can you see the lips? There's some, I don't know where this paint came from, but yeah, I'm kind of finished with the lips.
Is this one
So,
mine?
huh?
Is this one mine? I want that one too.
Now you know you can't have any. Stop it, girl.
You all going to get yourselves in trouble.
Karen, I haven't said I wanted anything else since Poncho got on us.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Deborah, I'm secretly sending you vibes.
Okay, I received. Let's not tell anybody.
He's not at his look. He's not at his desk. He's not at his desk. Shh.
The teacher left the room. He's gonna kill us.
Yeah. See, we can keep an eye on him. He's not there. Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I think he's coming back.
Let me stop laughing. I'll give it all away. And ladies and gentlemen, this is her nose.
Nice.
But I gotta put the what do you call these side pieces on your nose? They're not your nostrils. What are they?
The side pieces of your nose.
Okay, so let me. I want to find something.
Nose bags.
I want to find a piece. I'm going to use this for the side of the nose.
See?
I want it to be totally different from a totally different. What am I trying to say? Piece of paper than the long part of the nose, the bridge, or whatever we want to call it. The whatchamacallit.
There you go. See, the what's it?
The what's it, the what it is. Or oh, let's see, we are so creative. We just make up names for stuff.
Well, you know, that's a part of creativity.
And I caught myself twice yesterday, and I don't think you or Pancho noticed that I almost had to put some money in the cup. I have been trying so hard.
What? You don't want to put money in the jar?
I don't. No, I don't. Hey,
You don't want to be the one filling it up.
no, I want somebody else to be first, and then I'm just gonna let it loose. They're gonna say, "My goodness, she doesn't even seem the type that would say a cuss word."
That's how I look at all of you.
It is a form of genius. When you
There she go with that genius again.
I'll take it.
So you don't even have to fill up the container because
Yeah,
you're genius.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what it's called, a genius container.
she's
Hey.
my friend.
That's right.
Just push me onto it. I don't have to be pushed much, though. Fair warning, people.
Well, it is day 4.
Ooh, it's not day 8.
I know we're in it for the long haul. I think Karen the only one over there really she's what 8 mugs in.
Wow.
No, I'm not 8 mugs in. I'm 30 mugs in. Hey.
Oh yeah, 30 mugs. This girl is
Yeah.
30 mugs in.
Oh yeah. I'll talk about it when it's my turn, and I'll tell you why.
Okay. Look at it. She don't want to share with you, Deborah.
Deborah is gonna stay on and continue to work while I'm working on my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. She's not
Yeah,
gonna
I
leave
know.
out.
Y'all gonna leave me?
I guess I better put my picture back up there so I can get it finished.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Get to work.
I know. I worked on it quite a bit today.
Cool.
So all of the little spaces I feel.
Mm.
That is turning out really neat, Deborah.
It really is.
Thank you, because I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, that's the beauty of it. We can all be surprised.
Yeah, it's just like I remember being. I had one art class, and I think I was in 11th or 12th grade, and I used to just go get the paint and just, and then I oh, that teacher couldn't stand me,
That's because they don't understand creativity.
but I was having so much fun. I just had the urge to do that for some reason.
Oh, the papa's back.
I got a question for you, Deborah Shedrick.
You got a question for me?
Yes, ma'am. Are you still using Mod Podge?
You weren't supposed to ask me that question. That's why I put it in here to hide the jar, because I don't have. Because
Well, what are you using? Crisco?
no,
You know, all the artists sitting up here already know what you're using.
I just get. What is that? What is that? I didn't get my. I'm trying to figure out the name of it. It's for collaging paper, perfect paper, or something.
Oh,
You don't know the name of that?
no, that's why I asked you the question.
Well, I'm using March Podge right now because my shipment is still being shipped.
So is your Mod Podge?
But March Podge,
Are you using the Mod Podge straight or thin?
Looks like you're using it thick.
I use it straight out the jar, whatever the jar gives me.
Okay.
Why? 'Cause look, what are y'all laughing at? It's kind of thick, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just use it right out of the jar. I don't like dilute it with water or anything. Yep, I'm instant girl. It's like, ooh, I love this piece of paper. I probably painted on this piece of paper in the 80s. But these are going to be part of her eyes. She's going to be a funky girl. And most of this paper is thick for some reason. It's not thin paper. So I guess I went through a period where I was using thick paper, huh? Anyhow, I feel like I'm talking to myself again. That's all right, y'all. I ain't scared.
You are not alone, Deborah. I am right here watching. I'm learning.
Oh,
Deborah,
you need to be working, talking about watching.
oh yeah, I'm working while I'm talking to you. But
Okay.
I have one question for you. So have you ever heard of the product called Powerpole?
The who, the what, the where?
Okay, it's a product called Powerpole that's out there. And I was wondering, I use Powerpole. It's kind of like Mod Podge, but not. I think you can use it for paper, but I see a lot of people using it for material and it is adhesive to paper and things, and it hardens up like really cool. where
Oh,
you can
really?
layer it. I'll send you the link and so that you can check it out.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yeah, it's fun to I like it. It's fun to use.
Okay.
Yeah, and you spray it. That's the part that's really cool.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can leave it the thickness that it is, or you can water it down and spray the paper, and it will adhere to the paper. It's really really cool.
So I gotta be careful not to spray myself, huh?
You might want to put something on your a mask on your face, and so that it doesn't go into your nose. But usually, when I'm working with burlap, I will water it down and spray it to do give it layers. But you
Wow.
can actually just
Wow, I'm gonna get some.
yeah, it's a really cool product. I found it. It was this I don't know how I found it, but it was a Swedish product that came over into the States.
Okay.
Um, and I got it a couple of years ago. So I'm still working on a gallon.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're learning all new things on this quarantine.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's
I'm
cool.
learning some I was thinking about your work yesterday. And
Yeah.
yeah, because when Pacho said he was going to send you a piece, I'm like, I want to show tissue paper the story on. That would be so cool.
Well, so say that again real slow about,
Oh,
say
I'm
that
about
again.
to
Real slow. I was in
um
another place. I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry.
yeah, I was thinking of tissue papering a vessel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
I was
thought
like,
the same thing, Karen, when she was
mm-hmm,
doing that yesterday. I
mm-hmm,
was like, for the mother of them all, I was like, boy, what would that look like to do some really nice tissue paper,
mm-hmm.
to add some tissue paper to her garment. I thought about the same thing.
Yeah, I thought it would be beautiful.
Hmm.
Maybe that's what
Yeah,
I'll show tomorrow. Doing tissue
yeah,
paper on a garment because when I
mm-hmm,
do, I have these little, probably no taller than 12 inches wire sculpture.
yeah,
I use the screen instead of painting on the screen.
mm-hmm,
I'll use tissue paper.
mm.
So I've sold some on my Facebook Live, but maybe I'll just do a little demonstration here tomorrow.
That'll be cool.
Well, that would be great.
Yeah. Are you working?
Somebody asked what the glue that you were talking about, Karen. She said, what is that called? The different glue.
The different glue is called. I'm sorry. What's that question again?
She wanted to know what the glue you were talking about.
Oh, it's called Paverpol. Paverpol.
Well, that'd be great, Karen, because we really don't have a big um, art store in Montgomery.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. Yeah, but yeah, you can I'll find the link and so that I can send it to you. And you know what? I have to ship you off something anyway, so I can actually package some and send it to you too, so you can test
So
it out
you
before you even buy it.
okay?
Yeah.
But I can buy it.
But I can send it to you so you can test it too.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm just look. I'm not. You need. I'm not trying to um, disrupt your schedule.
Oh, my schedule's not disrupted.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Sweet. Thank you.
No worries. I'm just excited about my new tools that I just got. So I'm looking at them, trying to figure out what I'm going to do with them. I'm like, ooh, they're just so pretty.
Oh, I might put tissue paper on her
Mm-hmm.
too.
Mm-hmm. My right hand is itching. My grandmother tells me that when your right hand itches, some money is coming your way. Where's the money? Is it coming?
Child, I'm always looking for my right hand to itch,
Mm-hmm.
and then my left hand will start itching, and they say that means you're going to spend some money.
Yeah, my right hand has been itching all day.
But I changed that around. I said, well, I can't spend money if I didn't make it, if I don't have money. So
Yeah,
I don't care
that's
which
true
one
too.
itches.
Mm.
But yeah, when I look at it, money is always going to come.
Mm-hmm. How's the weather down in
So
Alabama
Deborah,
right now? Mhm.
Deborah,
Go
once you
ahead.
get finished with that, why don't you turn it around so the audience can see it for a second?
Okay, I'm going to put my camera up. And can you see? Is it too much
Uh,
light?
Not
No,
like
it's
that.
looking good.
It's good.
So don't mind this green right there because it's paint that was already on the canvas. So what I might do is paint it out black or put different colors on the different sides of the face. But yeah, this is where I'm at.
Well, we're going
And
to let you go off and work on that some more. And maybe you can show it to us later in the week as you make some progress. We're going to turn the floor
okay,
over to Karen Clark so she can go and show us what she's working on. Because believe me, while she's talking to you, she's probably knocking out 2 or 3 things. You know how she do.
yeah.
You know how
Mm-hmm.
she do. See how she got the camera angle and you can't see what's happening below? And she's keeping her shoulders real still while she's whipping stuff out down the bottom like this.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly what I was doing.
Do your
For
thing.
real.
All right, Deborah,
Yes.
thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, bye.
Bye. You got the floor, Miss Karen.
All right. Well, I have been working on from day 2. The mugs that I was working on, which were those small vessels. So I'm going to show you what they look like after trimming. So I've just trimmed them. And then after trimming, I put a margin in the middle. So that's where I'm going to be doing my carving because you don't want to put carving here all the way down to the end. One, it's kind of like a run-on sentence. So no one's going to see underneath it. So that's why I put the margin right there. 2, it also prevents the glaze from moving too much past this line onto what we call the kiln shelf. Um, the reason why I am what they call what I'm doing right now is called production. So that means that I am creating multiple pieces at one time because I have to fill a kiln that is actually probably it's about almost 4 feet high, but 25 inches across. So that's a lot to fill. So technically, if I did these mugs, could probably get about 80 in at one time. So right now I am going to carve on this piece, and I'm going to put a face on this piece. Tomorrow I'll put the handles on because we don't have enough time tonight to do. I mean, we have time, but I didn't roll out any handles. But this is a product that I use, which is called a diamond core tool, and it's just a very it's a blade that pulls clay out. At one point, I was using the very flat tool that you can pull out. I can't remember a something tool. It starts with an L. I can't remember. It's on the tip of my tongue. But this
Oh,
is what I
that's a
was using.
linoleum tool.
Yes, thank you. I was using this linoleum
Right.
tool for many, many years, but it was too
Wow.
fine. It was too fine when it was pulling out. Hmm? Say that again. It was too fine for me to pull out clay, so I needed to find something deeper. So it took me a couple of years, but wound up finding the company to actually create blades for clay. And so because I carve so much, I usually pop the blade very quickly. So usually after a couple months, I wind up popping them. So I have a bunch load of these blades that I can use. So when I'm carving, it is a very random carve of geometric style, but also in the style of what they call mud cloth material, because I'm always inspired. So usually I'm just taking the tool and just dragging down and to create angle, my angles that I'm doing. And I try to get them as neat as possible. So I want it to be random, but also be refined at the same time. And so that is how the carving goes. And I'll actually carve all the way around majority of the time. Once that happens and I've created the piece, this is what it looks like. So it is carved all the way around. And from that point, I usually am always prepping in advance, because as a parlor, you do have to prep very in advance for pretty much everything. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add some of the textures that I just finished getting. So I got some new tools, which are exciting. These are MKM tools that are really, really fun. So I've been playing with them just to see what the texture will look like, because sometimes I make hats out of these, and I could do these myself. It just takes a lot of time. So if somebody has these, I will purchase them. Dealing with clay tools, they get really, really expensive. So it's always exciting when you get to purchase these. So for each one of these, it's probably about $22, but I got them on sale for like 18. This one was about 32, but it can do so much. It does so much. And so as a Christmas present, I got a bunch of them. Yes. So I'm really excited. So now what I'm going to do is work on a couple of them. I've already prepped the faces. They've been sitting in a plastic bag for a while, so I've already created them. What I do is I create a mold, and so that I don't have to create a face every single time. And so it's really, really teeny to remove the eyes, and then remove under the eyes and fix the lips and do the noses. And so what you're seeing white on the nose is cornstarch, is what you're seeing. So now I'm just going to score back. And then after scoring the back, because I already have an idea of what I want to do with that piece, get a paintbrush, um, and then I actually just use what we call slip again, just a little bit, because you don't want it to be messy, because nobody wants to clean up on top of the clay, because it becomes very tiresome doing that. So I try to make sure that it doesn't blend in too much. And then find the perfect place where I see the piece being. So I'm just going to place it right here. So it gives it a little bit of line here, and then a little bit more geometric right there. And I'm just going to press that down. And so this is my mug season. I usually do this in the month of January, between that and teapots. And I think I did, no, oh no, this is the one. So this is the one that I'm going to be using dealing with the design that's on there. So I'm excited about that, because it kind of looks like a crown. So I'm going to use my needle tool to cut out the part of the pattern that I want. And then I look at it to see if I like it, or if I want to put it down at the bottom under her neck as a different type of design. So I think that I am actually going to put this above. So putting that to pressing this on. And so I don't have to do too much swirling because pieces are still wet. So I'm just going to pull that down. I'm going to look at it and so I can see that,
Karen,
make sure that our,
you got a
yeah,
question, Karen, from Michelle. She says, "What is the face made out of?"
the face is made out of clay. And so everything that I do is clay, pertaining to the creativity that I'm doing right now.
You got another question too. What was the name of that carving tool you showed earlier?
The carving tool that I was using is called Diamond Core. It's a Diamond Core tool. This one is a K1, but they have many different variations, K1s, P8s, and they have also videos that also go with it. So you can check the videos out to see what techniques they're doing to give you inspiration. The only thing that these don't do is actually cut into a circle. That makes me sad. So I still have to cut the circle in myself.
So Karen, I noticed you use 2 different color clays.
Yes, I do. The reason why I use 2 different color clays is because dealing with clay and dealing with your glazes, it all depends on the patina that you're looking for. So for instance, right now, the white body, and if the white body would actually, it's a white body of clay, but if I put green on this piece, it gives it a very emerald green. If I put, I used a brown body of clay like this, it turns it muddy. And so you have to be clear, like it's it's interesting. You can actually, you can you can be free with the pieces and allow them to speak to you, but you actually have to follow the science of how clay and glaze are going to connect because sometimes they just don't like each other and you just have to
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
figure out which ones are going to be agreeable.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well, that I
so
can understand.
mhm. Yeah, so sometimes they like each other and then other times they're like, yeah, no, that's not going to work. So yeah, so I'm just looking at that piece a little bit more. But this is what it would look like. And here's one that I had done earlier. And so this will have, these will all have handles. Most people who reach out to me, they're like, are they right-handed or left-handed? I'm a left-handed girl, but I make sure that I focus on the right-handed people. But I know that left-handed people are just extra special. So I'm just going to remove that and I am going to create some hair for this piece. And with the hair, I usually do while it's laying down because it's easier. And it doesn't require a lot of clay. It just depends on how big I want the clay to be or if I want it to be an afro. And so I will create an afro and press her hair down like this. It's kind of mushy right now. But then I actually take a tool or a fork, an eating fork that I have, and to actually create an afro. And then just I play with it. I have I make hair out of garlic presses. I make hair out of anything.
Karen, you got a question. She wanted to know. She said working with clay takes a lot of knowledge of chemistry. Did you love the science when you were growing up?
No, I like history and English and art. Those were my favorite things. The I've grown to love the science part of creating the colors because it takes a lot of time to create colors. I'm working on one right now, which is something that Pancho has stumped me on for many years, which is a translucent royal purple, and it is it's I've almost got it, but still I'm running test on it. Okay, I'm just touching it up with a little slip just to get that line right. All right, so that is done. I'm just going to take another tool to round the afro off. All right. And then I'll score the back of this one just to make sure that everything adheres to the piece. So this is what we do for connections all the time. So when I am working on pieces, it usually takes me from beginning to end to fire everything, probably a couple of weeks to have everything processed in the kiln. And so, but being that I am doing a quarantine for artists, they'll be in here. My kiln will be full probably by Friday.
That's pretty, Poncho. Poncho's showing off his cup.
Hey, thank you, Pancho. So I'm doing the last little bit to this piece. And so I look at these pieces and I'm like, oh, I think you need earrings. So I'll come back. Oh, and then I'll create the earrings. So for anybody who wants to know, creating these, they're functional. That's the fun part of creating mugs, because you get to, you get to eat with your art. So while you're sitting down looking at a piece of art, you're also able to enjoy a cup of tea inside of your art as well. So that's the next one. So I have to be imaginative every day when I'm working with faces. So that means that I have to come up with, I have 30 monks, that's 30 different hairstyles, 30 different. Hmm? Hey, LaShawn. So 30 different hairstyles. And it is just way fun. Way fun. Oh, losing my tools. All right.
This little piece.
I think this one is going to be a collar.
Can you hear?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
We can hear you now. Poncho, you weren't added to the screen. You have to be added to the screen to hear.
Well, Karen, we're going to let you get ready to slide off.
Okay. Okay.
And we will check in on you tomorrow and see what's up. You'll probably have 200 of those done by tonight. Because Karen Clark is the machine.
Hey,
So much respect
I have
for
so
this
many
woman.
ideas.
So much respect for this woman.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, LaShawn, how you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself, Karen? Girl, you make me want to pick up some clay and get busy.
Come on.
All right, LaShawn, you can go ahead and take the floor.
Hey, everyone. Listen, it's day 4. And I'm actually getting doing some painting. So I am working on this piece right here right now. And this is one of the pieces for my collaborations with some of the other artists. Let me adjust the angle of this a little bit. There we go. So again, like I said, I'm working on some collaboration pieces to send out to some other artists. And on these 2 pieces that I'm working on right now. So I'm excited about it because it's something different. So it's always cool, interesting to see how this is going to come together. And then in this, give me a second. got to keep your blow dryer handy to dry some paint. So this, again, is new. So I have really no idea how these are going to turn out. I'm sure they're going to be, if nothing else, funky. So what I'm doing is I have a coat of brown paint on here, and I'm going on top of the brown with this like a dark turquoise.
Well, we do have some technical difficulties. He lost his feed. He's going to log right back in. This first week is everybody starting their preparation. They're just getting things started, laying things out. So for those of you that haven't had a chance to see, I'm going to show you some of the creations from a past quarantine. And then when this is over, LaShawn should be back in the queue. Here we go. All right, LaShawn is back in the queue.
Hey,
Few
I'm
technical
just over having
difficulties,
some
but he's
fun.
back.
Sorry about that, folks. Well, I really have no control over that anyway, but hey, it is what it is. We're going to continue to move forward. Just having some fun here.
Can you angle your camera down some?
Sure. Got brushes blocking the view here. So, like I was saying earlier, I'm playing with a different skin tone, and this is an aqua. Trying to see if it's something that I like and if it's something I want to use more of. And I think by what I've done so far, I like it. And there you have it for the skin tones. Combination of browns and two different greens, a dark green and a light aqua green. As for her face and neck, and then I'm going to do something with her eyebrows. What you mean? Above her eye. And add a little light purple. And I think I'm going to hit over here with a little bit of that too. And I'm going to show to you guys this right quick. See if you can get a little closer. Let me know what y'all think about that so far.
So,
Yeah, this
LaShawn,
one.
is that texture, the texture you have on there, is that from a tissue paper or what is that from?
The texture is actually fabric. It's a fabric that's been adhered to the paper, to the watercolor paper. And the way that's done is the fabric is soaked in paint and then just pressed onto the paper and allowed to dry. How long it takes for it to dry. So usually here in Texas, we have nice weather as far as the heat goes, um, pretty much all year. So just sit them outside and let them dry for the day, and you can start playing with them on the next day.
What pound watercolor paper are you using?
I use various. I'm just using stuff that's in my studio. So it's some of the paper is very thin. It's not even thick, but that doesn't matter because what I do is by the time I finish layering all the paint on them, it's going to increase the weight of the paper anyway and get the paper's own little teeth, tooth. So it's a little gritty, and it's great for messing around as far as using different paints and stuff with it. That's a good question, though. Yeah. So ideally, you want to have a nice weight of watercolor paper would be best because it'll have natural tooth to it, a nice grain, and which is great for working with this particular technique is the dry brush technique. Uh, Works really great with like that. So, but you necessarily doesn't need, it doesn't really need to be uh, the best of papers. And there you have it for her skin. From this point, I'm going to go ahead and do something with her hair. So for that, I'm going to go with an undercolor of blue. For this one, I'm going to come back and actually use a red or brown on top. I use a lighter brown. Finish this off. I'm gonna let y'all see this first. So this is what I thought would work, but that brown is still not, it's not kicking enough for me. So we come back and hit it with a little orange just to make it stand out. And there you have it. Give you a nice little close up. And I'll start my next one. Let's see what we can do with this. I love working in acrylics, but it was not my first print that I started with. When I first started getting serious in art, I was working with oils. And I actually stumbled upon acrylics by accident. Um, I was probably around 12 years old at this time. And I went to the store to buy a couple colors for a piece that I was working on in oil. And when I got home, which is a tube, it was painting tube in a tube. When I got home and started painting, for some reason the paints weren't mixing. And I didn't understand why. I was like, what is going on? This stuff is like, it won't even mix together. So as I started looking at the paint, I realized that uh, this was an oil paint, and these tubes is actually a water-based paint, acrylics. And I said, you know, I've messed up my parents' home quite a bit with paint on the floors and the carpets and so forth. It just happens. It's what you do as an artist. And so when I was playing with this paint, I was like, okay, I went to the art supply store and I started researching. I said, okay, well, you know, the acrylic paints cost way less than the oil paints do. And I'm a 12-year-old. I'm on a budget. You know, I'm an artist with a budget. So from that point, I started purchasing more acrylic paints and end up converting from oils to acrylics. And which really worked well for me through the years because, you know, I traveled quite a bit. So oil paints weren't really conducive to my lifestyle because of the drying time it takes for them. So it was a happy accident. I'm glad it happened, and I've never looked back. I really enjoy acrylics. I've gone through the years speaking to some older artists, some of them frown down on acrylics, saying it's not really a pure paint to use if you're an artist, which is a bunch of rubbish. Uh, you work with what works well for you. You know, you set your trends. You don't let other people set your trends for you. And just because that's their opinion, which is all it is, their opinion, don't let that define you as an artist, because then you'll be going down the wrong path. You won't find satisfaction in what you're doing, or should I say, you won't find long-term satisfaction in what you're doing. So these paintings are very similar to one another, but that's okay. They're going to be going to different artists who are going to do different things to them. That is what this one looks like so far. What do y'all think? Let me know what y'all think. I need some feedback to know if y'all feel I'm on a righteous path here. Gonna go with a lighter blue for this one. Oh yeah.
So, LaShawn, I noticed you use your blow dryer. Is that your way of drying it so you can work more?
Yes, it allows me to speed up the process. I don't have to wait for that paint to dry. I can uh, continue with a better flow with a blow dryer. So I've gone through several. I use them a lot. So over the years, I've gone through quite a few of them. Okay, so that is the finished part of doing this particular character. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little paint to the background, just a little something to break all this up, and so the artists have something else to work with so they can blend in wherever they're working on with this particular piece. So what I'm going to do is
Well, I think
this one.
I think you had a good point, LaShawn, for for you to go ahead and finish some work, and maybe we can see those tomorrow when you show us what you're working on. You got Ryan Murray is inside the studio right now.
Okay, hey Brian.
So we're gonna let Ryan get his 15 minutes of fame in.
Okay.
All right, LaShawn, we'll be checking you out tomorrow, man.
Y'all
Keep up.
take care.
All right now. Hey Ryan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Looks like you getting into some fun over there, man.
Yeah, I'm just playing around with some stencils finally.
Fantastic. Now, and is that stencil cut out of paper or adhesive or what is that?
Yeah, well, the one I got going on here, I used on the Cricut machine, and this will be the last day I talk about it before I hopefully use it on stream. Because the thing is, I have to, I need my computer to run the software, and I can't stream on my iPad because the sound is all choppy, so I have to figure out an alternative.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, I'm playing with a couple of stencils that I cricketed a little while ago. Just kind of this this figure falling through space. You're going to see me do a little bit of layering here. And it used to be, before I got the Cricut, I would hand cut everything. And like the thicker the material, the harder that it would be to cut, and my hand would hurt like crazy. Like just to reference here, I've got, you can see this is one of the most notable last things that I hand cut. This is a picture I took when I was going to school in Pittsburgh of an old abandoned steel mill called the Cary Furnace. It's actually a pretty famous one there. So this was done, this is 2 layers. That's the first layer, this is the second. And this was done on vinyl. And I decided it hurt so bad that from then on I was going to cut using regular computer paper. And the upside to that is it's easier on my hand, but the downside is you can only get like maybe 4 or 5 uses out of it before it starts to fall apart from the weight of the paint. I've had this one in my collection for about 5 years now. And I'm actually going to do a little bit of playing around with it now. See, I have this pad of unstretched canvas sheets that I got for a good deal during my shopping spree. Which, by the way, I tried to email to you, Poncho, but the file was too large. I don't know if there's like a Dropbox or something I could send it to.
Yes, I do have I'm going to send you a link to do that.
Cool. All right, so here I'm just going to prime my surface real quick. And this will be the color of that I want the sky to be. I think I'll go with a nice like yellow orange. So be right back here. A little bit. And this is Montana brand spray paint, so it'll dry a lot quicker than most. That is an endorsement. We're gonna let that sit for a couple of minutes, and then check on these layers up here, see if they're dry.
You got a question. It says, "Is the material cardstock or white dulia? Did you do your stencils with?"
What I cut out of?
Yes. What kind of material is it?
When I use the Cricut, I use cardstock. When I'm hand cutting, I use regular computer paper.
Okay.
Yeah, for example, like I was able to do like really detailed small pieces like this with the Cricut that I wouldn't be able to do with computer paper, which is really helpful.
And someone asked, have you ever done any printmaking?
I have, yeah. I've done a little bit of intaglio, litho. My favorite though is silk screening. Like I have done. Let's see if I can pull something out. Like, oh, this is perfect actually. This is a silk screen on a vinyl record that I did. Just it's Kid Cudi with some lyrics.
Very cool.
So it looks like this is pretty dry, so we'll go on to second layer on these.
So do you typically work upright or flat?
I prefer to work flat. However, I am getting used to working upright just because with the larger pieces, I will have to do that more often. Cap here, hang on. Oh, never mind. Okay. There's a little bit of detail coming in here. The steel mill piece that I'm also working on, just to give you an idea, this is what it would look like on a vinyl record. I did this one a little while ago and I was playing around with it.
Very, very cool.
I have a couple of other neat things here too. Like when I'm thrifting, I often look for objects that would be cool to stencil through, stuff that like has a lot of holes in it. So like old cooling trays, for instance, are like really good things to stencil through. This, I don't know what this is, but it's a really cool like plate looking thing that I also found. More cooling trays. And this pack of doilies at Dollar Tree also.
Oh, I love the Dollar Tree doilies. I use those a lot.
Yeah, which is similar to the thing I just cricketed. But yeah, it's always good to thrift around, see what you find. actually missed one down here.
So I see you have a nice exhaust fan set up. Do you usually not use a mask when you're painting?
Yeah, I'm very bad about that. It's funny. I'll wear a mask outside during the pandemic, but when I'm in here working with spray fumes.
That's nothing but 20s right there, man.
Yeah.
Well, that piece looks fabulous, man. Now, what is that done on? Is that board? Is that canvas? What is that?
This is a canvas.
Okay.
And yeah, the background was done using these two things. That was just layering on top of one another.
Very cool.
And until I can figure out what else to do with the foreground, I'll probably continue to layer stuff on top of each other like this.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's looking good, Ryan. Maybe we'll check in with you tomorrow and see how things are coming along.
Yeah. Yeah. Real quick, I just want to show you. I think this background is just about dry. I'll do one layer of the steel mill just so you can see like what it looks like.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, I also had to when I was getting this layer done, I had to like go to a copy shop and get the layer specially printed out on vinyl, and it was not very cost effective. So that was another reason I switched to computer paper. Anyway, here we go. There you go.
Ooh. Very, very nice. Very nice. And you said that was one of the stencils you hand cut.
Yeah.
Wow. And I like watching you work because you're like me, man. When you get paint on your hands, you got to clean them.
Yeah.
That I recently I finally broke down and bought myself some gloves. I use rubber gloves now for most of my stuff because I used to glue with I have glue and paint and everything everywhere.
Yeah, I steal some from work, and then when I bring them home, I lose them. So,
well, it's looking good, Mr. Ryan. Thank you for sharing your process. We'll look in on you later in tomorrow and see how things are shaping up.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
All right, now take it easy, Ryan.
You too.
All right. Oh, look who's in the house. Miss Rosemary Tracy Woods. Say hello.
Hi.
I just say hello to the folks because you don't look like you was ready to go on camera. But I see you in the queue, so I'm assuming you want to say some words.
Hey, Rosemary.
Tracy Woods. Say hello.
Hi.
I just say hello to the folks because you don't look like you was ready to go on camera. But I see you have to turn your volume down. You want to say some words.
Hey, Rosemary. Hi.
Say hello.
Am I unmuted?
Just say hello to the folks because you don't look like you was ready to go on camera. your volume down. Okay, well, I see we got, I'm going to put Rosemary back on. Hey, Rosemary.
Hi.
I was wondering where the sound was coming from. That was Michelle's microphone. I had to kill Michelle's microphone for a second. She's getting ready to get started.
Okay.
So how are you?
I'm not going to say, I just want to say, I haven't deserted you guys. I'm working on some additional promotion, and I'm just so awed and so humbled because this is so much work. And I so appreciate it. We've gotten awesome, great response, and hope to be touching base. People are just coming back to work after the long holiday, so things have been slow, but I hope to have some good news, and we move forward, and things are just looking great. Thank you so much, you guys.
Well, thank you, Rosemary.
All right.
We're just in here doing what we do.
Oh, it's amazing.
Against all odds.
Yes. Tell Ryan I can give him some gloves. And I don't know where his mask is.
We need to buy him some gloves and a mask. But
yeah,
he's
he
20.
had a mask. I don't know what he's doing.
I think he's 28, so he won't need it for 2 more years.
Okay. All right. I definitely will.
All right, Rosemary. You take care now.
All right.
So, Michelle, how are you?
I'm doing all right. It says that my microphone's working on my phone. I'm not sure what's going on. I thought I'd try to do it.
We're getting sound, so you're doing good.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, I turned on the face one. I thought I'd check in, show some of my paintings.
Sure, go ahead. Do your thing.
A bunch of small ones. I was thinking about the way that you had signed off yesterday, and how you were commenting on how, it takes a lot for some people to get out of their heads and whatnot. And I was like, ooh, yep, that's me. And so today I really committed to sitting down and just painting some. And that's actually where I ended up with this piece, Possum Screaming, because it's anxiety inducing. I haven't decided where I'm going with the rest of the composition. I might add some black butterflies and against those reds and yellows, but I thought that I'd try color schemes that I don't normally, because normally I do more blues. I also tried this new medium that I purchased, like it's glass beads in acrylic gel, and it's so beautiful. It gave a lot of texture. It created some real interest to the raven and the space. I'm planning on, what I did was I layered some light colors underneath, and I'm going to go over it with some dark colors and see if the light colors shine through the little glass beads. I also did that again here with this little red squirrel that I had drawn the red squirrel forever ago, and I just put this aside. So it was really nice to have a chance to pick it back up. It's supposed to be a red squirrel sitting on a horde of planets and space stuff. And it's going to be eating, I haven't decided, a galaxy or a planet. Then I started the painting that I had shown the digital beginnings of. So that's the wolf with the hair. And then I just sat and I was like, I really wanted to push the, put the idea on paper, even if it's imperfect. And so I started a sketch of this coyote, and then I slapped some texture medium on it because I got the impression to do swirls. And I thought that that's what I would paint on camera, was how I play around with texture in pictures. Then all three of these use Payne's Gray for this next step. So that lets me mix. I like to get paintings to one color and then mix a bunch of it because I hate wasting paint. It's but I don't want to use paint to use it either, because I don't want to change a painting because I don't want to waste paint. But I used to be really bad about only using the tiniest bit of paint at a time, and that doesn't serve me. So instead, multiple paintings at once. And I'm using acrylic for these. The texture on this one is just a molding paste. And the supports are all different. So the squirrel is done on birchwood. I've even done one where I used a clear gesso and let the birch show through before, and I really liked that, and that was cool. But for this one, it was just plain. I think I just sealed it and then started painting on it. The raven is done on a canvas. The wolf with the hair is done on a masonite board. The possum and this one are actually done in aluminum. One of them has the aluminum raw underneath, and it's really cool. Here's the shiny side of the aluminum. I gessoed the other side, which is brushed metal. I've seen paintings where people like scrape away so that you can see the aluminum revealed, and I think that's pretty cool. I may try that for a future one, but for now, I just wanted to use it as a support for texture because I've been really wanting to experiment more with adding texture. I did that in my last round of paintings when I had done a bunch, and I loved it so much. But the canvas that I had used to support it definitely was really hard to store and really hard to transport. So I decided to try something new, and I'd read about these aluminum panels and thought that I would give them a shot and see if they did the job. So I was going to add the dark Payne's gray and all the nooks and crannies. I was going to water it down as the last step, but first I wanted to, when I swirled it, I tried to get messy with it and just kind of let it happen. But I wanted to take what I did and kind of form shapes out of it. So I'm doing these little triangles so that it looks like the swirls are overlapping. And when I finish these, I know that I want to probably put a little bit of glow behind the coyote, or at least coming out of the coyote's mouth. And I was going to add back in whites and then add rainbow over the whites because I really loved how that came out with synesthesia, but I wanted to try it on a smaller scale. Right now, I'm just picking out some of the shapes that I really, really liked that the medium formed. And at the studio, I was working on a couple of larger pieces, just the base layers. The larger pieces I can't transport home, so not easily. So I work on smaller things at home and larger things in the thing. It's been actually really wonderful. The studio is normally where my husband would do his computer work, so that we're not all three of us in the small apartment while Gabriel's remote schooling. So we're kind of, trading off, and I'm loving having an area where my large paintings can be seen because normally they have to be in a closet. Sometimes I'll pull out one at a time. It's been a joy to have that excuse to spread out. But you can see that, yeah, this is starting to take shape. And kind of just, I don't want to, control it too much. I'm just trying to use what's already there. In this case, I applied it using a brush. In the past, I've used a palette knife. I think the palette knife's better if I was going for a thicker texture, but I didn't want to go too thick with this. And I'm kind of glad I didn't because I love the aluminum. I'm really enjoying it as a paint structure, but or a paint support, but it does scrape very easily when it's not sealed. Is definitely what I learned the hard way, transporting it back and forth. There were areas that I had to regesso. Although the modeling paste is a lot harder to remove. So this area, I just did this texture because I know I can eventually dry brush over it, and I'll add like some shadow. I lost the legs a little in the shadows, but that's okay. I'll find them again when I get there. Because this did have 4 paws. But yeah, so what I do is I add the darks first, and then I'll start to dry brush a little bit of teals, and then I'll slowly bring it to the lightest colors. And then I often do, like what I'll probably do is do the peaks bright white, and then I can even introduce oranges and yellows if I blend it correctly without it looking like mud. But yeah, it was actually really hard to paint on camera. I had to really think. I have a bit of camera shyness. I can chatter, but I can't about things that I know. But it's a little bit exposed to paint something on camera that I don't know how it's going to turn out. I'm sure I'm not the only one that felt that way.
Absolutely not. You're not the only one that felt that way. I think a lot of the artists are suffering from this level of exposure. But you know, you can always videotape, make it a little easier on you.
Yeah, there's. I sent you my first video, but it is bigger than I expected. So it is actually still like it took a while to render, and it misrendered, so I had to re-render it, and then it is on its way to you now.
Okay, fantastic.
I mashed together all my footage so that it was obvious like which painting came first, and I added songs over the time lapses that I have the rights to. So. I did find out my studio has ants, which is a real shock because I live in Massachusetts and it's January. So that was a surprise because there's no food in there. So I think that they're coming in for the paint water. But I was sketching and my sketchbook ended up with 2 ants on it. And I was like, this is not what I expected. Yeah, I want to try seeing if the edges of this panel would take, like I've never used them before. I know people will sometimes, they say that you can glue a strip of wood to the back for hanging and then hang it raw on the wall. But I hate messy edges. So I've been trying to see if the edges will take paint. So far they seem to, but not quite as well as the canvas would. And I did learn that while they are very difficult to bend, UPS apparently has the magical powers to do so, because when I got them in the mail, some of them were very bent. But in most cases, I think you'd be able to ship these in an envelope, no problem. And I actually bought them in addition for doing, I bought resin so that I could try doing a resin top on some of the pictures. I was reading about how to mount watercolor paper because I was trying to think in terms of how to, like, I enjoy doing watercolors, but like how not to frame them. And the last thing I did today was also I put watercolor ground on one of these aluminum panels, but I wasn't brave enough to try that on camera. But I do have a panel that's prepped for watercolor, and I wanted to see how well the watercolor ground would take on this material. I'm liking these swirls. It's like I want to do like I don't want to completely eliminate some of this background things, but I do want to kind of toss some of it in the background. It looks more like an ocean than I was expecting. This is not exactly what I was going for, but I'm actually really loving it. So And I might add stars and I might not. Oh, sorry. I hope that here we go. I'm nearsighted, so I often pull pieces a little closer to me. I'm trying to get better about putting the camera such that you can still see it. I don't know why the picture is not that good. Yeah, so I'm gonna let that layer dry because I want it completely dry when I go when I add the lights. I'm gonna be dry brushing, so I don't want to dry brush over wet paint because then it'll pick it up.
Well, it's looking good. That's an adventurous moon. Is that one on metal too?
Yeah, this one's on metal. Yep.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, the aluminum's nicer than I thought. Apparently, you can take them out in the field and do plein airs on them. People say that you don't even need to gesso them. You can just paint them right on, which I believe it, because when you put the gesso on, it's not absorbent. So any color you put down stays on it. But it definitely took the gesso, no problem. It's just a matter of scraping. I would definitely cover it. One of the inspirations that I've gotten from watching everyone else work is I really want to add, like, it never occurred to me to try adding fabric. And I was watching you add, was it papers or like those textured papers? I thought that was so cool.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I've been fooling around with textures and fabric for years, just adding it to different paintings. And it just adds another dimension to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Michelle, it's looking great. We're going to check in on you tomorrow and see where you are in those pieces. I know you got things going on, but we appreciate you checking in tonight on the night shift.
On the night shift.
The night shift was perfect.
Mike just got us on the night shift tonight.
I got to wind down first because before it was like, okay, good night, and then like hopping on camera, and that's hard. My kids had a temper tantrum day too because they were like, you can't work on the weekends. Weekends aren't for working.
I
had, oh man, the mom guilt.
Well, I mean, you know, that's one of the things that come with a quarantine, and we were wondering how you were going to manage that, but so far so good.
Yep.
You know, I don't want to see your family boycotting and picketing you in the background.
I know, right? Well, I mean, a little bit of time. I said, this window is yours to my kid. And that seems to have helped because it helped with the anxiety after the second day.
Okay. Well, keep up the good work. We will be checking in on you again tomorrow. So have a good night. And how late have you been working late?
Yes. Last night I was up till 12:47.
12:47. All right.
Yeah. Well, I had to render but yeah, I'm a night owl anyways. But my husband was nice enough to let me sleep in, even though Kidlet was remote schooling today.
Oh, that was really sweet.
He's very kind, yeah.
All right, Michelle. Well, you have a good night. We will check in with you tomorrow.
Have a good one.
I see we have Sheldon in the queue.
Yeah, Sheldon is saying, well, that is fantastic. I'm going to let you and Sheldon do y'all thing. And I'm going to have me some dinner.
Well, why don't you go ahead and Rosemary just posted something. You want to give some information to the youngins out there that may want to try doing this at some point?
Well, this is what's important. Artists are loners and are not accustomed to working with each other. Artists work isolated. And some of that's by nature. But I think when artists work together, we're stronger. So young artists, all I'm going to say to you is that, as you can see, these artists were working. They're not coming up with excuses. Some of them are being quite prolific already, and it's just our fourth day. And then you got other artists that are really looking at how they want to address their portfolio in the next couple of weeks, because in most cases, none of them have had this kind of free time in a very, very long time. So you want to try the techniques, we're showing them to you. We're not holding back any secrets. So it's up to you to try some of the things out, research some of the materials we call the names out on. And if you got questions, because see, my artists are hiding out there. We're getting questions mostly from collectors and other people that support what we do. We're not getting a lot of questions from artists. We have gotten a few, but in an environment like this, you want to ask as many questions as you can, because that's what we'll be doing the next 30 days. Is all kinds of techniques, mediums. You might have a special problem with a project. You might want to do something new. We got clay artists, we got polymer artists, we got sculptors, we got painters, we got drawers, we got digital painters, we got everything in this group. So make it worth your while and check it out.
Thank you so much, Poncho.
So the night shift
Thank you for posting that, Rosemary.
Yeah, you know, Rosemary is a trooper. She's been watching the show every day. We got one binge watcher, and that's Rosemary Tracy Woods.
Oh, trust me, my sister's been binge watching.
Oh, good. Well, I'm going to have me some dinner, and you can pull Sheldon into the studio, and y'all can do y'all thing.
Sheldon, let's bring you on up, Sheldon. You're looking good. Your lighting looks much better today.
Yeah, I'm a little blinded even but as long as you can see me, that's what matters, right?
Yeah, we can see. Oh, look, that my sister chimed in. She wanted to make sure you knew she was there. Miss Johnson.
Oh, hi, Linda Johnson. Yeah, I kept seeing her name popping in the queue the last couple days.
She's gonna actually. I'm gonna be interviewing her tomorrow. Linda just finished a book. We'll be interviewing her. I'll interview her tomorrow on Living Out Loud with her book tomorrow.
Fantastic.
So Sheldon, we'll bring Sheldon up and let us know what you've been up to, Sheldon.
I'm just trying to continue the flow of work, whether it's completing something. I don't have anything 100% complete yet, but that's just kind of the way that my normal process is. And I'm trying to keep away from having the pressure of you have to complete something every hour or every day, because I usually apply different portions to different pieces. And then do the finishing. So it might take me, on a normal schedule, it could take, a week or so for a grouping of pieces. But I'm really focusing on trying to do it like per week and have like a group of pieces that I'll be putting the beginning stages, like phase 1, phase 2, and then by the end of the week, I'm on to like detailing on those pieces. So
okay, that sounds good. Well, I'm gonna turn it over to you, but I wanted to tell you we did miss you yesterday. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to you, Sheldon, and you do your thing, okay?
Sounds good. Hello, everybody. So this is just a piece I was doing some sketches on. As I just mentioned, I do some of the backgrounds. I know the light is pretty bright, but I've got some metallic paint that I applied to the background. On this one, I've already put in a figure that I'm going to be using. So as I said, it's going to be part of. And then on this one, you can't see too much, but I've got this kind of like star galaxy. And that's all in like a rose gold. I really like the way that it bounces off the back of the black background. And so applying those backgrounds is what I would do first. And then I would kind of see abstractly how the canvas speaks to me. So there's some pre-planning involved, but I really like the idea of freestyling some things and being able to kind of give you something natural that just comes out of mind. And sometimes that takes time. Sometimes it's immediate. I can even take a look at some of the, say for this example, some of the geometric shapes that are in there. Usually I would see something that's either a figure As an artist, I really enjoy figure drawing, as well as just drawing people in general. I feel like you all who are watching out there, you're my inspiration. So people in general is what drives me to create the artwork. So I'm making it one with the people in mind, and then also making it thinking of people as well as what you might be looking for or might need to see. So really just focusing on people. Here I have some different designs that I've put on some lampshades. So I have 1, 2, 3 here, where I have different designs that I'm going to be layering in. I'm not too sure if you're able to see from there, but I'm going to lay down some of the foreground, and like I said, I'll do that on this one, that one, and that one. And then as I go through these three, sorry, you want to see the colorway of that one, and then I'll put the background. I'll start coming in and building it up until it's an actual finished piece. So this is my quarantine workspace right here. Not where I do all of my drawing, but it's a place where I can get a little bit messier. So I might be working with some paints. I've got some oil paint here. This not to be in disguise as to what it is, but I kind of repurposed my bottles. So got an Arizona bottle here, but there's definitely some secret sauce in there, some special paint that I use, and then sometimes I'm pretty transparent and show you what I got. So I'm working with some gold tones. Like I said, I got the black background there. This one here, I've got gold and blue. So I'm going to be looking to put this when it's complete. My focus or intention is to make something that's going to be appealing for, it's a functional piece, it's a lampshade. So my hopes are that it will be able to decorate a room, bedroom, bedside, nightstand, something, could be a bathroom piece. We'll see how you like it when it's done. But I'm going to be, like I said, just using the background that's here. I noticed that with some of the other artists, is once you kind of go into it, it's not as easy to talk. But I'm going to try to keep you engaged with what's going on here. So this is all a new process for me. As Pancho was just saying, a lot of artists are used to working alone. And yeah, I've done paint shows and paint and sips, and I worked at a few different events where I've done live painting, really just to kind of break out of that solitude sometimes. And it's really cool to be able to entertain as well, which I hope by speaking with you and working on my projects, that is something that you might be able to gain from this experience. And this is a little bit of the vibe. I'm not sure if you can hear some background music, but I like listening to a variety of genres. Right now, I'm listening to some instrumentals. I'm not sure if I need to give credit, but I will do that if you can hear it. So nobody thinks I'm trying to pawn it off as my own. But this is some instrumentals by a producer named Bonobo. Honestly, if you're a creative person and you like a variety of musics, it's a good go-to sound that I definitely draw to, paint to, relax as well as get turned up, I guess, if that's what needs to happen. So it's really abstract, brings in a lot of different sounds, and I don't think I've heard a bad cut or bad album come from this producer. So this is what I listen to in my production process. So it's inspiring.
Now you're working on a lampshade?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lampshade. I've got some of my earlier favorite combinations of color is like I would say like a bronze, bronze gradient with some gray, some white, and like a sky blue. For years, that it was like, even as a young person, people would ask like, "What's your favorite color?" I'm like, I would say blue, but it's got to be accompanied by like either green, like grass green, or any brown tone. So yeah, I think there's so much you could do with it, and of course having the brown in it kind of calms it down, so it's not just too loud. I know you were talking about how lively. I think you used the word bubbly, which I was like, I don't know, lively or vibrant, like usually is what I like to lean to, because it's just so much, honestly, just so much darkness in the world, and I advocate for us artists so often, especially in the business world, and my normal studio, we're closed due to COVID, is downtown Springfield. And when you're downtown, a lot of you from the cities will identify, it could be really like mundane and just, you see the same old people. They're either wearing polos and khakis, or they're wearing, navy blue suit, black suit, white shirt. And I'm referring to, the guys. Ladies might be a little, more, be willing to venture out of that box. But you got just a bunch of buildings and sidewalk, no real great aesthetic. And I think it's really the artists that add that, just that liveliness to an area, whether it's what you're wearing or what you're doing or how you're doing it. But we are the ones that do that, So let's see. So what have you been working on, if anything, lately? You've been working hard. You've been working doing this, right?
Yes, I've been working on several different pieces. I have a wood piece that I'm going to start tomorrow, and then I have a mirror that I just finished that's going to get shipped off. And so, yeah, just kind of bouncing around with different things. Now, are you working with spray paint as well? For you spray painted your backgrounds?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I got to go. I think I mentioned in my last video that I got to go outside and do some spray painting, and really just kind of get loose with it a little bit. And I chose to focus on these more dim colors for these. I've got a little bit of what was it that I showed last time? I showed this like neon, which is like magenta and neon yellow. But here, like with the lamp, I kind of dulled it down a little bit with the shade. So that way it'll fit. Like I said, I'm always thinking of how it fits in for people. So I like creating things that are useful, as well as things that are aesthetically pleasing to view. So having something that doesn't just look nice, but you can actually utilize, brings a lot more purpose and value to it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, I'll let you finish sharing with everyone. I can't wait to see the lamp. The lamp.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is just what I'm doing for the shade itself, and then the base will have something, of course, that will coordinate. But yeah, this is great. Getting a chance to actually put some paint lines down.
Okay.
And
just make sure every now and then you angle it towards the camera so people can see what you're doing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You can see it quite just a little bit from here. I'll probably have to bring it closer because I don't have a remote zoom. But yeah, I'm just right now putting this using this acrylic on top of the spray paint. Like I said, I use a few different mixtures, but there'll be a little bit of oil in here. But I really like the way that this acrylic lays down on on top of the. It's like a satin, but with the spray paint, it makes it a bit more resilient, a little tougher, so it accepts the paint really well. And like I said, I like to experiment with things. So I have been a little hesitant about trying something new, but I'm just gonna go at it, and I have an image in my head of how this is gonna come out. It doesn't always come out the way I want it to. As long as it looks good, and I will work at it until it is good all together. So this what I've got so far. You kind of
yeah, I can see it. That's going to be really pretty.
A little bit of leaf shapes in there. So these leaf shapes are actually going to be they're almost mini frames. So I'm going to be putting some images inside of those like leaf shapes. And,
oh, okay.
Just kind of using the seam of the kind of bars and stripes and fades that I have. But yeah, it is something that I'm learning. It's kind of tough to overcome that. Like if I'm making like a stripe, a streak, a stroke, a line, it's so hard to really talk while I'm doing it. Because I'm so used to
just used to painting. I think that's most of us.
Yeah, I put like just my brain to that hand-eye coordination. I love it. I love when Tracy always says, "I love art, but I couldn't make a straight line with a ruler," and it's so funny because I'm like, yeah, that's something that I work at to be able to do. But I can't do it when I'm thinking about other things or if I'm talking too much. I really like to focus on what I'm doing. And I enjoyed, doing straight lines, doing circles and curves and being able to do it freehand. So at this point, I did a little bit of sketching with the pencil first. Can you hear that? Sorry about that.
Somebody's calling you.
This is true.
Calls will knock you off. So you're on your phone?
Yes, I am. I'm still waiting for a tablet stand so that way I can put it put the tablet higher up.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you ordered one.
Yeah, so and mail is like snail mail right now.
Oh, mail is horrible right now.
It
Absolutely horrible. Yeah.
really is taking a while. So, in order to be able to get you a better view, there was no way of doing it unless I mean, listen, I've done some stuff while I'm driving, so I mean, I probably could do this and hold the tablet while I'm painting, but I want to give you at least a good shot of what it is that I'm doing, where I'm working. So I did mean to set up the do not disturb, but
Mm-hmm.
I can tell if it's an emergency. So are there do we get comments, or do we have an opportunity to take comments or questions?
Oh, yes. When they come in, I'll put them up. When comments come in, sometimes we get comments, and then sometimes people say, sometimes they say different things, or a lot of times, I mean, there's viewers, but they don't always make comments. But you guys are welcome to make comments.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're just viewers and they don't do a lot of talking. Like right now we have viewers, but they're not doing a lot of talking.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do it. I say we should do it. I'm gonna encourage you viewers to say something, comment, speak up, because this isn't something that a lot of us normally do. Is speaking while we're doing this. And as you see, I got the spotlight, super bright. I'm doing something that I would usually just be kind of calm and relaxed at, and I'd like to see and get a little bit of feedback. I don't a hand wave or something like that. Thumbs up.
Give me a hands wave or a thumbs up.
Let me know you're out there. So, but in the meantime, at least I am blessed with the graces of you joining me here, and I'm not just talking to myself.
Well, some of us, that's what we do. That's what we're doing, is talking. And remember, you're not talking to yourself. Trust me, you have quite a few viewers. There's quite a few viewers out. So you're talking to them. Just know that you do have people you're talking to. And they're hanging out here to listen to you. So there you go.
Yeah, that's great.
They want to know.
I'm not gonna say that this is gonna be. They want to know what?
And they want to know what you're doing and how you do it. Oh, I see. Poncho's gotten back.
Yeah,
Poncho's in the house. Hey, Poncho.
Can't eat cashews all day, right?
Huh?
I said he can't eat cashews all day.
Can't eat them all day. He might try though. Look at him. Look at him with his box. Poncho, are you muted? You're muted.
Look at my level. I can't eat cashews all day. I'm like 2/3 of this container is gone. And this is a more than a family size container I got here.
Poncho, we're on day 4. Okay, you can't be eating like that.
I'm doing good. Got to have some food for those midnight hours because I'm gonna work late tonight.
I thought you said you weren't gonna work late tonight.
I feel a burst of energy. I gotta go with it when it comes.
It's got, hey Sheldon. Look at Karen. Karen over here shouting you out, Sheldon.
Okay. How you doing, Karen? Miss Clark.
Karen is shouting you out. Look at Poncho ran off on us. Poncho ran off on it. Look, Carla said, you guys got got me in the studio. I've started cutting paper for collages while I watch. All right, Carla. Carla is now working it out. Carla's working it out, y'all. Carla's out there. She says she done turned into, she done went back and started doing her thing.
Yes, that's what we need to do. That's what this is. That's what a big part of this is for me. Is not out of selfishness. That's not how I do. It's to be inspirational in ways as well. Whether it be to our cohort workers or to someone who's never done art. Even Tracy, if Tracy catches some of this, pick up that ruler and draw you a straight line. I think I probably try to take some time with Tracy and work on that straight line thing.
Work on the straight line.
Yeah, because I've heard that over the years quite a few times. Can't draw a straight line.
I have days when it feels like I can't draw a straight line.
Well, maybe that's when you gotta do something crooked. You just gotta do something sideways. Can't have that V8 straightness every day.
All right, Sheldon, this is great. I can't wait to see how this is going to turn out. I'm looking forward to it. We are at the 8:00 hour. Let me see, Sheldon. Hold it up for me.
Where are you at?
Yeah, what time is it where you are?
It's 10 o'clock, miss.
Oh, well, you guys are later than I am. Well, I'm at the 8:00 hour. So we're going to do some wrapping up and we're going to look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Sheldon, because I want to see what happens. So you keep working on that because I want to see what that looks like.
Yeah. So is this, I believe I heard that we can jump in at any point or
jump in at any time. So come on, anytime. Because we just throw people out there. It's like throwing them on the bus. Just and that's the whole thing. We're letting it be just organic, and so definitely tune in tomorrow. Come through at any time, and we just put people on. Sometimes we put 4 people in a row, and just kind of share what's going on. So that's what we've been doing. And if you want to come in and anybody in the queue, we try to bring them up. Isn't that right, Mr. Poncho?
That's right. That's how we've been doing it. We've been flowing, bringing people in as they're working. We're going to get ready to sign off for tonight. We'll check on Sheldon tomorrow and see how his piece is developing. Miss Cutler, you look a little tired today.
That's because I didn't go to bed till 4 in the morning.
Yeah. See, this is real, y'all. This quarantine life is for real. So we're going to get ready to sign off for tonight and get back on tomorrow to show you guys what we're working on. Meanwhile, keep in mind, you can catch us on YouTube on the Larry Poncho Brown channel. You can watch us on the Art for the Soul Gallery Facebook page and the Creative Quarantine Facebook page. We will be on for the rest of the month. This is day 4 of 31, and we're about to sign off and get you guys ready and acclimated for tomorrow. So until next time.
See you at what time?
We're going to do the same time tomorrow.
And what time is that?
That's at 6 o'clock, and don't give Mountain Time.
4 o'clock Mountain Time. 4 o'clock Mountain Time.
All right, y'all.
6 o'clock, whatever Poncho time is.
That's right.